in saying the karakia to start the meeting. Whakate hao ki te uru, whakate hao ki te toga, kia kina kina ki te uta, kia mātana tātarikai, e hi aka, te ata kura, i tua, i huka, i hauhau, e hiae Māori ora. We have, I think, with respect to apologies for lateness from Councillor Wadera. Do we actually have to vote on that? Yes. Okay, so could we just vote on that, please? Oh, thank you. Does anybody ever vote red on this one? No. Yes. Yes, really? Really? Yes. Okay. So. That's passed, thank you. Any conflicts of interest? No. Confirmation of the last minutes, so I move the motion that we accept the minutes, and Councillor Matthews will second that. Can we just vote on that, please? And that is also passed. There are no items not on the agenda, I'm told. And we have got lots of public participation, which means we need to extend the meeting past 6 hours because we're, as you know, we're carrying the meeting on till Monday. So if I could have another Councillor Matthews seconding that motion to extend the meeting. Thank you. Yep, well, that's also passed. Thank you very much. So you've now given up your weekends, no. But, so we'll now start the public participation, and the first person is Rebecca Holmes. And Rebecca, you get 5 minutes, including question time. So
that's fine.
We look forward to hearing what you've got to say in the next 5 minutes.
Thank you. My submission is regarding the potential loss of the Jack Islet Green to another building. The Jack Islet Green was the original site of the Circa Theatre, and parts of the original structure are still there on the Harris Street boundary. Save the Jack Islet Green group was established in 2016 to raise public awareness of the council's proposal to sell the land for a building on the green. The group was against any reduction of inner city green space, particularly as there has been a marked increase in inner city residents over the past 10 to 15 years. Jack Islet Green has been an important public green space, adjacent and complementary to the Civic Square. The green offers a wide, welcoming vista of the waterfront when entering Civic Square from the compact, enclosed CBD, and enhances the City to Sea Bridge, which is a very popular meeting and relaxing place for the public. Back in 2004, the Council's urban design team conveyed in its report to the Council that the view shaft through the Islet Square is a useful link that establishes connections from the city to the waterfront and supports the character of the City to Sea Bridge. This iconic bridge and the Civic Square are enhanced by the openness to the waterfront, which will be lost if a high-rise development is built adjacent to them. As a city, Wellington needs open spaces and wide vistas of its beautiful harbour, or it risks becoming another high-rise jungle. To gauge public attitudes and green usage, Save the Jack Islet Green Group generated a petition and kept a daily log of green activity from the period 14th of December 2015 to the 1st of February 2016. Some of the daily activities included gym sessions, sports, petanque, picnics, reading and sunbathing. As a result of the group's work, an 8,000 signed petition was presented to the Council's Transport and Urban Development Committee meeting on the 16th of March 2016. The main focus of the petition was to retain an open green space with trees that all the public could enjoy. Another matter was raised that when Sir Ian Athfield designed the current library, which is currently being earthquake strengthened to the cost of around 200 million, One of his specific designs was that the vista from inside the library would allow views to the waterfront and water. Any building on the Jack Islet Green would destroy an important part of his design. It was also pointed out, slides were shown to confirm this, that any building on the Jack Islet Green would, in the mid to late afternoon, shade the whariwaka, the lagoon, and the lovely green space outside the St John's Bar. This is one of the few areas the public can enjoy sitting in the afternoon sun. A comment was made by a member of the council at the meeting on the 6th of November that any building would likely only be about 4 stories high to avoid shading issues. But any developer with liquefaction issues in the ground in the area will know that a 4-story building is not commercially viable. After the petition and submission was presented to the council in 2016, Justin Lester, who was the mayor at the time, agreed to ask the Environment Committee to investigate the prospect of protecting the Jack Islet Green as a reserve. 11 of the councillors supported the prospect at this time, with only 4 councillors against it. It was also noted at the time that only around $2 million would be raised from the sale of the Jack Islet Green, rather than the $8 million that was initially hoped for. The rugby statue from the 2011 World Cup win is a wonderful addition to the space and a testimony to our sporting history. The areas outside Te Papa, Shed 22, St John's Bar already has places for people to dine and eat outside. One last comment is that the Jack Islet Green was the last remaining piece of land covered by the Te Aro Reclamation Act, which requires the council to sell or lease the land by public auction after at least 2 months' notice and to use the proceeds to repay borrowings for the reclamation. There was an amendment bill tabled back in 2004 by Marion Hobbs, Minister for the Environment, that may or may not have passed, but this issue needs to be investigated before any sale proceeds. On behalf of the Save the Jack Islet group and the general public, we request that the council retain this wonderful open space for us all to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't have time for questions, but thank you very much for your excellent submission. David Wherry is our next submitter.
Morena. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to my submission. I have a problem with the consultation document, particularly as it relates to the City to the Sea bridge. It has a preconceived agenda, which is the demolition of the bridge, and is written in a way to support this view. No mention is made of the trade-offs, as acknowledged in Part 2 of the document, such as the loss of the architecture and art, the Writer's Walk sculpture sites, the loss of impromptu seating provided by the steps, the loss of elevated views of the square and the lagoon and sea to the east, and not forgetting increased noise from the 6-lane highway, which will impact on the square. To illustrate this, I have circled some of the author's PR spin from pages 14 and 15 of the document, which are numbered 2 through 7, so you can follow my criticisms. I will start with the artist's concept drawings, numbers 2 and 3. These show a best-case scenario of people strolling across the crossing versus the reality where 6 lanes of moving traffic will be the norm. In 3, the vehicles are so well hidden that someone unfamiliar with the area would be hard-pressed to realise that 6-lane road even existed. 4, safety design and crossing phasing. The gold standard for safety is separation of pedestrians from vehicles. The latest Wakakatahi NZTA data from 2022 reports 36 pedestrians died on pedestrian crossings and another 1,000 were injured in that calendar year. A pedestrian crossing is less safe than a bridge. No mention of this in the report. I have little confidence in pedestrian priority phasing. Currently, the crossing at Post Office Square to the New Zealand Fine Arts, which is similar to what is proposed here, has a 6-to-1 timing in favour of vehicles. 20 seconds for pedestrians to walk across the road, 120 seconds for traffic. Cuba Street and Carmo Drive has a similar ratio. Number 5, visual connections and views. At street level, when standing in front of the current City Art Gallery, the lagoon and beyond to Te Papa is barely visible from the square, obscured by proposed trees, the quay's traffic, the Michael Fowler Centre, the Oddlands Building, and the Whare Waka. 6. More use of land. Currently, people sit on the bridge, take photos of the bridge art, read the writer's sculptures, admire the views. Try doing any of this on a pedestrian crossing for more than your allocated 20 seconds. Not forgetting the noise of the traffic, which the bridge shields from the square. Who wants to sit beside a 6-lane highway? 7. Significant ramping may slightly reduce the overall green space. This is minimising language at its most deceitful. Most of the grass to the west of St John's Bar, where people often sit in the sun, will be required as evident in the drawings on page 19 and 23, and also visible in number 3 on page 15. What is proposed with demolishing the bridge is not a civic square or a heart of our wonderful city, but rather an outdoor mall. Do you want your legacy to be known as the councillors who demolished the City to the Sea Bridge? Because that is what it will be if this occurs. Thank you.
I think you actually, we do have over a minute, so if anyone's got any questions for David. Councillor Paddock.
Thank you for your submission. Do you support strengthening the bridge then, or would you rather leave it just as is?
I, not being a structural engineer, am unsure about that exactly, but I would support either leaving it as it is or strengthening it. I think Wellingtonians are used to risk, and we live in a city that is earthquake prone, and we take risks every day, and I'm happy to cross that bridge knowing that it's earthquake risk. You know, I think it's a much more used facility by the general public than, for instance, the Town Hill will ever be, and we're spending $370 million on that, and we're not prepared to save an iconic feature of Wellington where people meet and they know it, and generally they love it, and I think that the council is likely to misread the room if they demolish it.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. Who's next? I think we've just had somebody withdrawn, so our next person is David Phillips. Or is Martin Quain here?
Just arrived.
If you don't mind coming forward, that would be great, because thank you.
Do you want to start?
Yep, please do.
Good morning, everyone. First, I was just talking to my wife last night, and she said to say something nice to keep your intention while we move forward. But look, in all fairness, I just wanted to recognise the hard work of the council in front of me here today. I'm sure a lot of your work goes unnoticed and is unthanked. So just want to put that on the record. Thank you for your huge work and to recognise that. So anyway, look, imagine that you're sitting at home, you've got a Chardonnay in your hand, you're relaxed, you've got friends and family, and it's all good. Your house is tidy and it's well kept. You're relaxed and you're happy, and that's what Wellington should be. You know, it should be a home where we want to entertain people, where we're proud to bring people to our city, proud to call it our home, and to show it off to everybody. So notwithstanding, the lawns need to be mowed, the electricity needs to be running, the washing's done, the section's tidied, all that sort of good stuff. But you can't really entertain your guests and feel proud of your home if that sort of stuff's not done. So they're kind of like table stakes, really. So, much like our homes, I'm here today to ask you to help get our city back where we can entertain our guests proudly, and to help, to ask you to keep a focus on, these projects that will make us proud. It's called Wellington City, our home. I want you to implement projects that are affordable, tangible, and implementable and timely. But to do that with character and to do it with a bit of panache as well. I feel like Wellington is like, the grand home at the top of your street. It's a bit tired, the paint's peeling off, the gardens are kept, but it's still a beautiful house. And so to imagine that with a bit of tidying, a bit of love and care and attention, we want to bring that home, that stately home, back to life again. So this is not a submission about how to do your job. I'm sure you can do that much better than I can. But to remind you that for us proud Wellingtonians, this is our home, and you are elected custodians of that home, and to encourage you to keep developing it with pride. So I come from a background of implementing, difficult projects over long periods, and one of the focuses is to make sure you keep an eye on the goal, what is the objective we're trying to accomplish long term, but also to think about how we can develop and deliver tangible outcomes that can keep people enthused and that make sure that people can see progress that we're developing along the way and keep that enthusiasm going. Deliver to our constituents, and in this case, that's our community and our residents. So, most importantly, I'd love you to rebuild the heart of the city. It's looking a little bit tired and a little bit dilapidated at the moment. So Civic Square, Courtney Place, Manor Street, and just overhearing my predecessor talking about the bridge from Civic Square to Frank Kitts Park. Those are your real opportunities. But please don't take a purely functional approach. As I said, do it with style, do it with grace. The bridge is iconic, it's fantastic. And you don't want to see something just purely functional there in its place. So you fixed St James Theatre, you need to fix the Opera House, but the areas around these iconic buildings still need a little bit of work to be tidied up. You've obviously had considerable feedback on Thornton Quay and the proposed changes to Lambton Quay. So recreate the heart of the city into a home, and your constituents will back you 150%. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Martin, does anyone got any questions? We've got a minute. Councillor Free.
That was very eloquent, but I felt that it would be great if you could just give us some really top of the mind points that for you would make it the city that you want. What are the real priorities?
So maybe I was walking past Civic Square and it just looks really tired. It used to be the heart of the city, and I'm saying, what are those things, what are those key rocks that we can develop in the city that'll make it, it'll give it a heart again. And so that's the sad thing, just walking past that area. I was thinking, you'd see people lunch times having their lunch, playing. It's a real gathering area, and we don't have that.
Okay.
Great cities around the world, and I've been lucky to go to, many of them have a real heart.
Okay, so gathering. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. That's excellent. Really appreciate that. Our next presentation is from David Phipps, who's online. Thank you, David.
Good morning, Council. I'm lifelong Wellingtonian, property owner in the region. I've earthquake strengthened a couple of buildings. I'm not an engineer, but I am very aware of financial costs. First thing I'd like to talk about is we seem to be starting this from a position that we need to demolish the bridge. I don't think that has been proven in law or in practicality. I look at Bruce McLean's comments about the Earthquake Prone Buildings Amendment Act 2006, the exemption for bridges, and I look at your own Kestrel Group report quoting the Building Act 2004, also excluding the bridge. I agree with the comments other people have made about pedestrian crossings and safety versus bridges and safety for users. And I take that back to the analysis done by the inner city residents on the cost of earthquake strengthening our city per life compared to the cost of doing almost anything else. Just stop. Please just stop. We're dying here. Second thing is, if we do need to demolish it, do we need to demolish that now? We no longer have a current clear arterial route across Wellington with the roadworks from pipes and cycleways and this vehicle calming, as it's called. There's no clear way of getting across Wellington, which is making the city very difficult to conduct commerce in unless you're on foot or cycle. And the commerce I'm engaged with relies on heavy and light commercial vehicles. It's just getting harder. It's making everything more expensive for everybody. Why don't we wait until we've got a route across? If we're not going to do that, why don't we actually take that money for either strengthening or demolishing and just put it in the rainy day fund for after the earthquake? Because if we're at our borrowing limit and we hit an event, which is likely in my lifetime, and we've got nothing in the kitty, it's going to be much harder to rebuild than it is if we've got some money in the kitty, or at least a bit of debt ceiling to borrow some more. Third topic I'd like to cover just briefly is a bit of a general complaint about the way the consultation's been run. The fact that the deal with Precinct seems to be done, 5 months before the consultation that we're engaged with now seems counterfactual. The fact that people like the Greys say they're unable to get information on costings, the fact the engineers seem to be unable to get information on strengthening. It just seems as if we have an agenda and we're pushing ahead with that agenda and then just ticking the box to say we've consulted. The conduct at the meeting the other week with questions being screened. Normally when you have a Teams meeting, the questions come up on screen and we can see what people are asking. It just seems very much a sham. And then the costings we do have. I've strengthened a couple of buildings. I know that things change, but the numbers are very, very general, guys. I think we can be a bit more specific if we're being honest. And then the last one is there's a general lack of faith about the way City Council officers, not the councillors, are running projects. I look at just basic things like street lighting. It's such an obvious example where people were not told the truth all the way through, or certainly not told it in a timely fashion. There's just a general lack of faith. How about we just slow down, take a minute, restore that faith, as opposed to this continual us and them bashing. Let's just move forward, guys. Last thing I'd say is, of my friends I went to university with, I'm the only one still in the city. Everyone else has left. The neighbours immediately behind me now are preparing their house for sale. They've raised all of their children there. They plan to live there until they died. But they've looked at the numbers on their rates and insurance and they can't afford it 3 years from now. So they're preparing to sell. My tenants are being passed on with rates. I'm paying extra rates and insurance. It's just getting to the point that the city is unaffordable. And a lot of that comes down to the decisions made in this room. So please, before you spend any money on anything, stop and think, does this improve Wellington for most Wellingtonians? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Nope, looks like you've made your points very clearly, so thank you very much for that submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Lizzie Callahan next.
Kia ora koutou katoa. My submission is split into about 4 or 5 different parts. Part number 1 is parking. I have friends who live quite a lot of friends who live outside of the city now. The biggest piece of feedback from friends living outside the city is that there is now not enough coupon or affordable parking. The bike lanes have been some cause of this. Parking buildings like Wilson, while convenient, and there are quite a few of them, are extortionately priced and not even New Zealand owned. They are based in Perth, Australia, as far as I know. People value convenience and cheap, abundant parking, so bringing back as many coupon and on-street parking as possible would help this. I think that Wellington City Council should consider, down the line, buying the foreign-owned parking buildings. The revenue from these parks would then go back into Wellington rather than across the ditch. The bridge. From the consultation document provided, option 1, I believe, is the most fiscally responsible. A simple pedestrian crossing is not only much simpler to build, it also eliminates the need to re-strengthen another bridge in another 20 or 30 years' time. It also encourages walkability, which Wellington is known and loved for. Civic Square. Wellington needs money and people right now, so we must have the infrastructure in place to encourage both of these. While spending time in natural environments is of course great for mental health, we have the ocean literally across the road and the rebuilt Frank Kitts Park for that, as well as Zealandia. A larger building where the Jack-a-Lot Green currently is would help create space for more commercial opportunities, especially white industries like biotech, science, tech startups, film, and the gaming industry are on the up in Wellington and New Zealand in general. And this will hopefully prevent our existing brain drain from getting worse. While commerce and entrepreneurship are of course important, so too is the arts and culture sector, especially in Wellington. In 2023, New Zealand's art and culture sector contributed $16.3 billion to New Zealand's GDP. I mention this because the Malkawhala Centre is, sorry, I've lost my place. The Michael Fowler Centre is one of the reasons for this amazing statistic. The MFC hosts local acts, national touring acts, startup acts, and international superstars in comedy, music, and more. This council should strengthen this, I believe, in such a way that is minimally disruptive, on budget, and timely. Wellingtonians cannot stand more constant delays or increases to rates as a result of unexpected costs. The acoustics of MFC are such that they are perfectly matched to the quality and amplitude of our National Orchestra, the NZSO, and Orchestra Wellington, as well as the Orpheus Choir, which I am personally experienced in because I'm a singer in it. If it must be demolished and replaced with a new building, it is paramount that the quality of the acoustics match or supersede that of the MFC. One piece of negative feedback that I believe must be brought up is, as a Thorndon resident, the Glenmore Street Cycleway was very poorly planned and executed as part of Wellington's cycle network. From visitors at the park, at the gardens, I've heard nothing but negative feedback because there is nowhere for people to park who are coming in from out of the city to visit the gardens. I do wonder if the needs of disabled or elderly driving people were ever considered. The parking by the Rose Garden is also not sufficient, there's just not enough. This cycleway should, I believe, be reduced in size, as you can see when it comes round the northern part coming up to the Karori Tunnel. It is slimmer, yes, but people can comfortably cycle there. I think the one on Glenmore Street should also be reduced and bring the parking back on there. I do have actually a photograph on my phone if anyone wanted to see this and evidence of it. My conclusion is if the planning and infrastructure of Wellington does not improve soon and quickly, more people will continue to leave and the city will die. I have even myself contemplated leaving for better opportunities and infrastructure overseas. And I consider myself a fairly young person, as only 31 years old, and I don't want to leave, but I might have to. As a proud Wellingtonian, albeit not at the moment, but believe I can be, again, I needed to first put in my 2 cents. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Lizzie. We have a question for you for Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. Regarding the parking at Botanic Gardens, would you support converting that to a clearway so that the cyclists can actually use it from 4 to 6, say, when they're going home, but the rest of the time allow parking so that people can actually visit the Botanic Gardens?
Do you mean 4 to 6 during weekdays?
Oh, during weekdays, yes.
So outside of just those 4 to 6 during weekdays, it would just be car parking?
Yes.
Yes, I
Great.
would.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
I've heard, honestly, endless frustration, especially from my friends who are retired, who want to actually park outside the gardens, who want to bring their children. It's not always practical to catch a bus with several grandchildren and bring picnic materials and etc. So I really think it should be considered. So, yeah.
Great, thank you very
Thanks
much.
very much, Lizzie. Thank you. Christina Barr.
Morena, thank you for this opportunity. Firstly, I'm pleased to have read recently that the Council has acknowledged and will consider a range of alternative options to the demolition decisions as presented in the proposal. I also note my support of the submission on the City Art Gallery by the New Zealand Academy of Fine Arts. This is the first time I've provided an oral submission. The key reason was my unease after completing the survey, as I felt dissatisfied and calmed by the nature of the survey. Why was that? The survey versus the proposal. The questions asked didn't address what was in the proposal. The questions felt loaded, as in written to reach a foregone conclusion. Some of the areas in the proposal I wish to question, but were written as foregone conclusions. Proposal parts were bundled when included in the survey. I ended up completing the survey twice, as I felt the need to correct what would be inferred from my original survey. So second time around, I ticked oral submission and didn't tick any of the boxes for the options and filled in other. The proposal does not address what Wellington City needs for its civic centre, nor does the process look to gather input on what the citizens of Wellington want from a civic centre and heart. What do I see as important to our city's civic heart? Well, we have one, though it's in a sad state of disrepair and respect. What's proposed is a new commercial precinct with some wide areas open to a busy road. Some civic amenities, the town hall, library, gallery attached. The current City to Sea Bridge is more than a means to cross a busy road. It provides an eastern boundary to the civic square, protecting the square from the road. The steps and ramps rise up from the square, introducing us to the harbour and the sea. These provide height and grandeur for staging gatherings, celebrations, protests and events for its citizens. It tells a story and is a piece of art in its entirety. For the cost of getting into town, anyone can see that magnificent harbour view, as well as feel the rush of wind as you take it in. Where else will they get that without the City to Sea Bridge? I don't think the concept bridge looks that inviting, nor rooftop gardens if you knew they were there and how to access them. The destruction of the current civic heart seems to be due to earthquake standards and engineering reports. Can we at least wait to see where the government review on the seismic risk management delivers? I've lived in the central city for 32 years. Our population will grow, and likely most of their housing growth will be in apartments. Those citizens will need green space. For most, the space in their homes will be limited. For their physical and mental well-being, they'll need green space. To be with family and friends, lie in the grass, kick a ball, play with the pets, relax on their own. Somewhere to escape to that does not cost money. A lot of commercial and food concession areas are in the proposed options. Is that needed in the medium term? The city has commercial property coming back on the market and shifting demands. The city end of Wakefield Street has plenty of empty space for food outlets. What would I like to see happen? Don't rush this. Understand what's wanted and support proper urban design. Be more open in asking what a civic centre means to Wellington citizens. Improve the proposal and survey process. At a minimum, ask a feedback question on satisfaction of the survey and act on it. Don't knock more things down, finish what you've started. Wait and consider the government seismic risk management review. Understand the options, then understand the options and what can be kept and how do we maintain them. The CAB MOB site, turn it into green space and protect it for now. Let future generations decide what they want from that space. The City Council's role is provision of public space for its citizens, not commercial space, especially in a city with limited land that wishes to grow its population. To grow and prosper as a city, we need a community that feels it has a place to stand or sit, to gather, celebrate, feel proud to share with our whānau and visitors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for this. You've obviously put a lot of thought into this. Now, you mentioned about commercial buildings sort of dwindling in Wellington, but you also talk about green spaces. So what do you think, it's very difficult to get a compromise of both, so what do you think are the most important things to do? Is it to actually have more green space so it attracts people, or more commercial buildings to actually attract industry back to Wellington?
There is quite a bit of space that's taken by commercial today that is empty or could be redeveloped. With a growing population, there's a growing need for more green space to support. It's accessible green space as well. While we have the green belt, it's not necessarily accessible to all and easily. Especially when you're living in apartments. I live in an apartment. I'm lucky enough to have a reasonably sized apartment, but most of the apartments, mine's 10 years old, most of the apartments I'm now seeing are small, even the ones at the higher cost end. Those people need space to get out, and that needs to be close to the locality. So the land that the council owns, especially when it's in that civic heart, I'm talking about that civic heart, you probably own land in other areas, maybe that could be looked at, but around that civic square area, I'd be very concerned if that was turned into commercial space.
Great, thank you very much.
It's discussing land leases and things with them, yeah.
Great, thank you very much, Christina. Actually, is Sharon Ellis here? Sharon, do you want to give us your presentation now?
Kia ora tātou. Thank you for having me here today. The whole civic centre precinct that we're talking about, that's our responsibility as citizens of Wellington, is shaped like a fish. From the tail at its eastern end, at its eastern extremity on the junction of Jervois Quay, Taranaki Street and Wakefield Street, then along the spine to the north, Jervois Quay, Harris Street, and then Victoria Street, and Te Upoko or Te Ika at the end of where there used to be Mercer Street coming into the thing, and back along the Fish's Belly along Wakefield Street. It's valuable land, and it belongs to us all, and it was once stylish and witty and used and loved, and we were proud of it. So please don't destroy any more of it. In that fish-shaped parcel of civic land, there are now 4 vacant sites, or 3 and 1 to come. 2 sites that were civic buildings with their backs to Wakefield Street and facing Civic Square. Another empty site, which used to be the Michael Fowler car park, and another, the forgotten, swampy, drafty hollow, the Islet Field on the corner of Jervois Quay and Harris Street. These sites could be developed with trees and grass and seats and flowers and paths and water, or they could be sites for new buildings, or they could be both. What about low 3 to 4 story buildings in gardens with cloistered arcaded walkways at the edges, much as the recently demolished Pink building had, and surrounded by open spaces? They would complement the architecture, the architectural stars, the library, the City Gallery, the Town Hall, the Michael Fowler Centre, and the wonderful City to Sea Bridge. There would be places for us all: shade, sun, shelter, pōtakawas, sculptures, sculptured nikau, flax, tui, keraru, all the things that predator-free Wellington is sending us. And let's not abandon all this to the developers who build towering giants, monstrosities that we don't need. Send them away, unless they can build low, lovely and inclusive. It isn't too late to show that elected councillors call the shots, and that Tinakau is indeed the heart of Wellington and its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Free.
Thank you, Sharon. For all that the current Civic Square looks great, it's not been, even in its heyday, not been as well used as it might have been with people. What do you think could make it more attractive to people?
But I've been there when there have been sort of games, kicking a ball around on the centre of the place, people sitting in little clusters around. Before concerts in the Michael Fowler Centre, you sometimes used to see little groups of oldies having picnics. I think it was much more used than you realise. There were times in the day when there was nobody there, but there were only about 4 seats along in front of the City Gallery, And there was also a pop-up beach once, just where you went through between the Michael Fowler and the town hall. There was some sand and there was a water feature and little kids playing on it. I mean, every time something happened there were lots of people. I also saw a Tai Chi demonstration which filled up the whole of the square part. I think there have been some wonderful times too with graduates, with people coming to their graduation ceremonies, having their photographs taken. These days, they have their photographs taken against the portaloo from the people who demolished the ballet shed. I think it's much more used than you realise. I don't think you should underestimate how valuable people found it as a place to meet.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
It doesn't look like we have anybody else here at the moment, so we will take a 5-minute break, and hopefully somebody else who's said they're going to turn up will turn up.
Cool.
is Eden Ordain. Are you here? Do you want to come up to the microphone and... yep, sure. Either way, you can either sit at the very end. No. At the end, or behind the lectern. Either one, your choice. Thank you.
Hi. Good morning. My name is Eden Ordain. I'm a French citizen and a New Zealand permanent resident. I've been working and living here for the last 6 years. I work as an architect in town on Cuba Street. So I was really interested with this. I've been answering the survey online with really short questions, and I'm sorry I didn't have much time to do more. And same thing with the preparation. I didn't spend hours and hours looking at everything, but I still wanted to talk. So the Civic Square is something that I've experienced for the last 6 years, and there's a part of the Civic Square that I use daily, especially the pedestrian crossing that goes from the R&ZB, that's the building that's now being demolished, to the St. John's. And of course, the main bridge right now that is going to be demolished because of strengthening reasons. So I guess the thing I wanted to talk about was the question of the bridge. So first I think out of the two options between the bridge or no bridge, I think the bridge makes more sense to have at least a bridge. But I wanted to talk about what kind of bridge and how that could be done, because there's a lot of ways of making a bridge that's not going to be as useful as it could be, I guess. So first, I guess I would say the thing that really works with the bridge as it is right now, which I guess everyone kind of knows, but I think the thing that's really good is the width, the amount of space, which makes this bridge more used as a kind of small plaza than an actual bridge, people stay there. And I think it's also due to things that everyone experiences, which is a vantage point, which is the way people can eat there and just have a look over the city. And I've done that myself, and I think it's very important to create a sense of space and a place where people want to stop. So I think that's working really well. The things that are not working well with this bridge is, personally, I feel the floor treatment, which I guess was probably timber at some point and then added bitumen for slippery reason or something. I assume that's what happened. But that's not working. So I think a new bridge obviously wouldn't have these issues. I'm looking at page 21 of the draft development plan. So it's this bridge that goes kind of from behind Michael Fowler, turns around kind of behind it, and then crosses over and then does this spiral. I guess the thing with circulation, which has been shown on some pages, it's with direct arrows. People when they walk, there's a lot of different type of transportation now, excluding cars, because I guess we exclude cars for this one. The main three would be pedestrian, and then you would have bike, and then you would have everything else, which is electricity powered and stuff, which we have a ton of. When you're pedestrian, you want to go straight. You always want to go straight. So everything that's straight by, you want to go to the fastest, you're not going to make detour to go where you want. So you're going to go in diagonal. You're going to go from where you are to the shortest direction to where you want to go. So I think this needs to be extremely followed to the letter in the bridge. And I know that there is a lot of consideration and stuff, but I see this 90-degree angle here, and And I know that all of this is a draft and it's probably done just quickly. But I would say if there is a bridge, which there should be, we should make sure that, like, from a pedestrian going down from Cuba Street, the shortest path goes to the bridge, the main entrance of the bridge. And I also think that the bridge could have, how would you call this, like branches, you know, like if there is a shorter path, which I would think might be on the right side here. I mean, I know that we don't have the cut here, but anyway. It could be a tri-branch bridge if it makes more sense, and if it allows also to separate bike from pedestrian, because I know that a lot of the time on the waterfront it's like bike and pedestrian, and it's like whatever happened, and then we limit everything at 10 kilometers. But I still think that everyone would be better if it's like separated. I think like one thing that doesn't work.
Sorry, Adun. Sorry, we've run out of time.
Okay.
But after this process, you know, there will be further work done in terms of the design work, and the council will be certainly receptive to listening to architects' views such as your own, because I think they actually strike me as very astute. So there will be further work done in terms of any design work and replacement facilities that are going to be erected. So hopefully the council will keep in touch with you, and you'll have a further opportunity to make a submission on what is going to come in the future. But thank you very much for your submission, because I thought it was actually very interesting.
Okay,
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now have Sergio Van Dam.
Okay, one hand occupied. Thank you, Kia ora, thanks for having me and been on various events. Some of you I've known for a long time. Only once. Okay, cool. Free hands now. Okay, I've just been 3 weeks ago. I was in Santiago, Chile, the world's most earthquake-prone city. It has about 9 million people, lots of high-rises, lots of old buildings. I asked people, do you guys ever tear down buildings? They said no. Why would we? You never know which ones are going to fall or how. That should be the only lesson we know about Wellington earthquakes.
What city were you in, sorry?
Santiago, Chile.
Thank you.
The world has the most number of earthquakes and the most violent earthquakes, and has forever. And so sometimes the best answer is doing nothing. And so my view is that, my personal view is the council's been duped to a large extent to doing things about the town hall, probably the council buildings, definitely the library. There probably wasn't any need to do that. So elsewhere in the world, in earthquake-prone cities, no one does this, so I have no idea why Wellington thinks it's anomalous. Secondly, obviously, we're in a pretty tight financial situation, so you've got to make choices. Obviously, the job of any governance board, like the council, is to make trade-offs. So when you do something, it has a cost, an opportunity cost, and it seems that a lot of these decisions are not seen with that in mind. So I don't use Kandala Pool anymore, but it seems to me they're crazy to do something at the cost of Kandala Pool and 100 other projects. So there is a trade-off. So I think that's one thing worth considering. And so my bid, I guess, to you guys is not just with the civic redevelopment, but almost every other decision you're making around earthquakes, to sort of acknowledge that we have no idea what's going to strike us when and what actually happens to buildings. I think that's just the big con. Nowhere else in the world do people take the view that the council has. For reasons, again, I don't know. I suspect it has something to do with perceived risks and compliance and things like that. And then the industrial complex of structural engineering firms, etc., who get in your ear and tell you will, some people will die, it'll be your fault. And then I guess my last point is we do have economic models for actually valuing a life. It's ridiculous not to do so. You can't save everyone's lives all of the time. New Zealand government uses a figure of $4.6 million for a life. So if you're going to spend $46 million as a random number, you have to be certain you're going to save at least 10 lives. And I suspect the actual economic model is not really being used when we make decisions around that stuff. So I don't have I love the bridge. I love Frank Kitts Park. There's no reason to do anything about any of those things. I liked the library, didn't love it, but there was no reason to do anything there. I just think we should stop spending money, accept that we don't know anything about earthquakes, where there are some known risks, make people aware of them. If I knew there was a risk of the bridge falling down, I could make a decision as a citizen. Obviously, the chances of the bridge falling down while I'm standing on it are pretty slim, even if it was to fall. So that's my bid. We're doing something anomalous. The rest of the world doesn't do this in earthquake-prone cities. We're not the only earthquake-prone city. We've become safest, kind of weird in our concerns for human life, as if we actually know which ones we're saving when we have no idea, at an enormous economic cost to taxpayers. And I guess you guys have heard all about how tax or ratepayers feel about their rates. I have a minute 40 left for questions.
Councillor Paddock.
Thank you. That was very interesting. Do you have any other views about what should happen in Tanako? Like in terms of green space or buildings or whatever?
I don't personally. So, I mean, I've got personal views. I'm not an architect. I'm not an urban designer. I used to like Civic Square. Obviously, it's been a bit disrupted. I don't personally have a view on that stuff. My view is things that are working okay, like the bridge, like Frank Hitz Park, just leave them as they are. Don't spend a fortune. And obviously, if you're going to tinker with something, a playground or something, that's fine. Again, I don't have a view on that. I'm just talking about the big spend projects and how there is no need to undertake many of them. And again, some of them have already been done, so you might as well finish the library, but you probably shouldn't have done it in the first place.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, I mean, in terms of us making the right decisions about these structures, do you think it's material that some of the one of the claims that I've heard is that the foundations in this bridge for this bridge have sustained previous earthquakes because they were built in about 1860 or 1880 or something, but they're very old and deemed totally substandard, but they're still there. Does that count, do you think, towards whether we should do something?
Well, I was in a museum in Santiago that was built in 1632 entirely out of stone with no concrete or anything to glue the pieces of stone together. A, we were not worried about going in there. B, no one in Chile has ever thought to pull it down or do anything to it. It's made out of chunks of stone. So feel free to go to Chile, go into a 400-year-old building made out of stone, and it doesn't worry you. We stayed in a hotel that was built in 1930-something, pre any earthquake standards, nothing like that. We stayed on the 6th floor. We weren't very worried. The owner wasn't very worried. No one ever was very worried. So I don't know the specifics, and in some way it doesn't matter because my general argument is we actually have no idea.
Thank you very much, Sergio. I'm glad you survived your trip to Chile.
As am I, otherwise I wouldn't be here. Thank you for having me. That's my view.
Thanks very much. We've got Kit Withers here. Kit, are you available to give us your...
Thanks for giving us the opportunity to air our views. I know this is a controversial discussion, costs versus heritage. And I know that there've been, sorry. How's that?
Perfect, thank you.
So I see so many people want to air their views today. So firstly, on the Civic Square, I'd say don't give away a chunk of our heritage. Don't allow privatisation to encroach our public spaces. Push back against developers. Preserve our open spaces. I've got a couple of copies here. I'll give one to you. I don't know if you want one. And another one down here. Sorry. There we go. Now, I'd like to make a point about the apartments being built in the inner city. A lot of these are allowed to be built without provision for the children to play in. So I think that's wrong. I think if there's a building for residents, they should be required to have spaces for their children to play, maybe a park on part of the grounds. But in the meantime, there are all those children growing up, and they really need open spaces. So the open spaces we've got Waitangi Park, and we've got Botanic Gardens. and we've got the beaches. But it's also nice to have whatever we can find in the way of these other open spaces. So that's another reason, I think, to preserve Civic Square. So, yeah, so I'll leave that subject now. I know you've got a lot of people you want to plough through. I'll now turn to the bridge. This is a collaboration between Maori and Pakeha architects, and it's very famous, and it's loved by everyone. People are saying, well, it's going to cost, I don't know, a large amount of money to rebuild. Other people say, no, there's a much cheaper ways of doing it. I haven't really been following the actual options, but I know there have been much cheaper options suggested. One was in Scoop on November the 2nd, and a column by Jim McCann, and he said, stop wasting $30 million to demolish the City to Sea Bridge. There's no compelling case for demolishing the bridge. Many engineers propose cost-effective alternatives. So I'm guessing, and I'm hoping that you will have seen some of those alternatives. So I'm going to leave it there.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for coming in. In terms of the costs, do you have any views about where we need to allocate the money for the Civic Square development?
Well, I know one argument is to put up a building where the existing buildings are so that you'll get an income stream from that. And I can see the merit in that, if it can be done in a way which doesn't diminish the existing open space. In other words, yeah, they're nice to have is to have all of it, but might have to be more pragmatic and allowing where the existing building is to be have a building there to have an income stream. It's not my preference, but obviously money has to come from somewhere. We have a two-tier rate system where I think businesses pay one level of rates and residents are different. And personally, I don't mind at all paying higher rates for the things that we need, our basic infrastructure and our these sort of wonderful things that we have in our city to maintain them and preserve them. But I know there's an argument against that would mean it's harder for the poor to, because the rates will trickle down to them because they're renting a property. So that's not a very good answer.
Great, thank you very much, Kit. We've now adjourning for a quarter of an hour, so if you want to join us for a coffee and a biscuit, I'm sure councillors could ask any other additional questions, but we will be back, 10 minutes, we'll be back at 11:45. Robertson, and Caroline is online. So, Caroline, if you would like to tell us your thoughts. Oops, we've lost you, have we? Come back, Caroline. Oh, she's back. Sorry, Caroline, you're on mute, so we can't hear you. Caroline, we can't hear you.
Sorry. Okay, hi. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yep.
Okay. Can you still hear me when I do that?
Yep.
Okay, good. Sorry. Kia ora, I'm Caro. I'm a 42-year-old architect. I have a home and a business on the Te Whiringa-ā-rangi Marama Peninsula, and I've brought up 2 children in Wellington. So my position, I'm just going to say what I have to say now. The built heritage of Poneke is largely European, and generally in Aotearoa, city making by Māori architects and artists has been rare. The genesis of the City to Sea Bridge was an optimistic time at Wellington City Council, the keenness to make a social artistic place overriding other priorities. I appreciate that we are not in that place now. However, the timing was such when the City to Sea Bridge was developed that Māori had been advocating to have agency in the design of the city, specifically in the development of the square, and the procurement process for the design work had Māori leadership. So not even just in the design team, but in the people hiring the design team. So that resulted in the selection of Māori artists and architects, along with others, to carry out the work, which has resulted in a particular and located expression of place through the design. The fishing net flung over the form of terracotta paving in the split mountain, which are very tectonic experiences, and you have a city experience of walking through artworks. So my heart says I don't want to demolish this functional and truly specific civic experience, because it would be a true loss to our storytelling as well as our daily experience of the city. It affects us at a subconscious and a conscious level, particularly those of us who have spent hours watching the day with kids clambering over the seating, looking out to sea from a sheltered space. So in concert with the City Gallery and Library, the City to Sea Bridge is a wonderful place to spend time, and very specific to Wellington. So I understand as well that, you know, there's budgets and there's engineering constraints, and that's on an exit route of the city. So my major point really is about bringing, if you demolish that without having all of the same conditions to recreate a similarly site-specific Māori-led design response for our core to our city, you know, it frightens me to think that it's gone, the budget doesn't come in, and we don't end up with something as good, if not better. I'm willing to concede that that can happen, but it's just so rare. And so my major thing is, if you guys decide that you have to demolish it because, you know, to me it's the most functioning place in the city for personal and life expression of us all together, then, you know, can we please at least have a process that guarantees that we're going to end up with a similarly beautifully designed, supportive replacement.
Great. That's your submission? You'd like us to ask you any questions?
Yeah, if you've got questions.
Yeah, sure. Councillor Chung has got a question for you.
Thanks very much, Carol. Much appreciated. Do you think that, I understand what you mean about the cooperation and the work that's actually gone into building that, and we need to have a replacement that's just as good. I think that, or do you think that replacing it with a bridge that is built with modern technology that takes into account the possible liquefaction under the bridge is actually better to keep people safe and to try and protect the area and people if there is an earthquake, rather than sort of dwell on what's happened in the past?
Well, I can understand. Sorry, I gather it's mostly to do with keeping the exit route from the city open. And it's not so much about public safety of people on the bridge, and that. I guess what I really wanted to say, because my experience is architecture and procurement and realisation of designs, and I know how hard it is to get all those ducks lined up. And so to take down something that has been so successful and so rare without guaranteeing the process to reinstate that has that quality, you know, everything is always getting stripped out. You you guys know this is your whole life. Sorry, is that like tapped out?
Yep, that's good, thanks. And I agree on you. I agree with you on your perspective of looking at these things. Thank you.
Councillor Free.
Very quickly, Carolyn, thank you for your perspective. Would it be possible to have such an art or an installation at grade, something really memorable and iwi-led, and would it be possible? Or do you think that needs that bridge element?
So the reason the bridge is, so it's I don't know how familiar you are with the term SEPTED, but safety for public place, to have somewhere that you can rest and move through, like, doorways and all the things, like all the spikes we're putting everywhere to stop people sleeping. And, one of the reasons that the bridge is so successful is because it is a transient place. Everyone is moving through. It's an inadvertent connector of people. And so people don't make their homes there and it doesn't become a SEPTED nightmare. And so that's where I think that it's hard. It's a hard design problem to solve if you take away this generous living room sized bridge and put any kind of narrow corridor there. It's just, you've lost that opportunity and the confluence of those two things. So I think it's a difficult design challenge, and all I would want is that, like, a kind of almost the design to be locked in and sort of demonstrated to be as good as it just is. So good, and it's so hard to get something that good built when you've stripped out the kind of bells and whistles because you've gone through cost control, and you have to have that's my concern is like to take it out without having something better or the same as good to go in is just makes me scared for our city, because I love that place, and Te Ngako is like, it's so quiet at the moment because of everything else around it. So that's my point of view. I'm very happy.
No, thanks very much. We've run out of time, but thank you very much for your passionate submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next submitter is Marette Wells.
Hi, this is going to be very brief. I've just come to say that I think the bridge should be replaced and not changed into a crosswalk. I think that a bridge is very important because it connects. It connects place, it connects people, it connects our souls. And that's why it's important that the previous speaker, I think, was right on with saying that it should be iwi-led and it should be of its place. That's a photo that I brought with me. That's in London, and it's a beautiful bridge that connects, and it's only for pedestrians. And I think that Wellington can have something beautiful, iwi-led, connecting. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Oh.
We may. No, I think you've been so succinct, and so you've nailed it.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much. Thank you for coming in. Next we have Diana Marsh.
Should I just start?
Yes, please.
Tēnā koutou katoa, I'm Diana Marsh, Chief Executive of Whiako Pōnake Experience Wellington, and this is Brent Whawhite, our History and Science Director, but our new position, Charlotte Davey, of Director of Art and City Gallery. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to come to here today. We appreciate the support that we receive from all of you and enjoy our relationship with you. The precinct proposal talks a lot about a beating heart of a city, so we want to define that. What is a beating heart? It's a place for vibrant public spaces, for events, festivals, gatherings of people, demonstrations, for communities to have their opportunity to meet. It houses cultural institutions, which we manage too, the City Gallery, capital E, and we would like to see the museum in there for all those reasons. It's also got the Town Hall, NZSO, and other cultural institutions, which are so important about telling us who we are and where we're going. Thriving local businesses, community engagement, the democracy and civic services that you all carry out, and innovation and creativity. And these elements bring together a beating heart, and by activating Te Ngako with all these institutions, I believe that you will achieve what you want to achieve. To move on specifically to the submission, We appreciate all the work that you've done on the City Gallery building and the work that's planned. So please don't do anything else to it. We love the building. It's fit for purpose in both size and functionality. It works really well with an art gallery. I won't list the points, they're in the submission, but we love that space. So please leave it as it is. It works really well. Don't spend any money on it in terms of changing it. We would welcome an annex so long as it doesn't compromise the existing building. So that's all we've really got to say about the City Gallery. In terms of the Wellington Museum, I'd like to talk to you about that. The Bond store is obviously an ongoing problem. It's a beautiful building. We love it. It was meant to be strengthened in 2016 for 20 million. I'm sure it is way in excess of that now. And by pushing it out for a few more years, it's going to be even more. It's becoming unfeasible. It's probably more cost effective and better to actually build a new museum. And you would then be able to, I don't know, you could sell it or do something with it that wouldn't require the level of a strengthening because it may not be a public space and would preserve the beauty of that building. It's not so functional as a museum as it currently stands, and it's problematic for us because we've been waiting and waiting and our exhibitions are becoming tired and needing of refreshing, and it's problematic when we don't know what we're doing. So we believe that moving the museum to Tanaka would be a real opportunity and will contribute to that beating heart of the city and would be purpose-built. It connects us to who we are. The museum is essential, and if we have the opportunity to rebuild one or start a new one, it would be better tell us about who we are, about mana whenua, about many stories of Wellington, and will give us a sense of pride and cultural identity. We can't look to the future if we don't understand who we are. And I think in Wellington we don't do that very well. We're very about the present, but we don't connect to our past or our future as well as we could. And a new museum will give the opportunity to do that. Inclusion in terms of being in Tanaka or anywhere on the waterfront, but specifically in Tanaka, would align with the Council's vision about the beating heart of Wellington. It would be a long-term investment in Wellington, and those things you can't measure financially, but I'm sure they would contribute to our economy enormously because we have a stronger identity of who we are, and we have that beating heart in our city. It'll be cost-effective compared to strengthening the Bond store, and it will enhance visitors to the square and to the museum. So thank you again for your support and for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you. Councillor Chung has a question for you.
Thanks very much, Diana. Do you think that if we follow your suggestion on demolishing or selling the Wellington Museum and shifting it to Civic Square, do you think that would have the same effect? Because it's a historical building. It shows what people did when they first came to Wellington, and so. But you're looking at a completely different vision for it if it's actually moved.
We would be, and it would be the same vision we would look for refreshing that museum. So we would tell more stories of Wellingtonians, and that building is very important, and we love it, and we would never want it demolished. But we just think it's becoming more and more unfeasible to stay there.
Great, thank you very much. Alison Bartley.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I'm here speaking for myself. I was born and raised in Wellington with all my adult working life here in the political and art worlds. I've been a political journalist and press secretary. I've had an art gallery in the city. I was a member of the first public art panel, and I've been all my adult life interested in the city's urban environment. I left here to go to university in Dunedin because I thought it was a really boring city. Wellington came alive when we turned to the waterfront. I grew up with it as a working harbour, not a place where people went, and we have to preserve that. So I've got responses to the two key questions of the consultation. My preferred option on the City to Sea Bridge is to save it, to review the costs and revisit the decision. However, I accept the saving may not be possible, but if it isn't, it has to be replaced. An elevated bridge, I think, is absolutely essential. We cannot have cars dominating access to the waterfront. It's the one place that provides a big panoramic view of the harbour. The bridge as it is has the width where people gather, sit, look. There are always people standing at the front of the bridge looking out to see, watching dragging boating or whatever's happening. So I see a bridge as absolutely essential. I believe also that art is an integral part of a bridge like this. It speaks more than architecture can to the bicultural history of this place, and I'd like to see Paramatchit's work preserved if possible, but I think that decision-making needs to be led by his whānau and iwi. I totally believe that a pedestrian crossing is a retrograde step to just go for that option. In terms of the scenarios for further development, I think that the demolition of the council building has shown us that a wider vista from Victoria Street into Civic Square is very attractive. And I think that that could be achieved by perhaps reducing the footprint of the new precinct development, but that's something for you to resolve. That demolition has also led for calls to more green space, and I don't agree with that entirely at all, because buildings do shape the urban environment and they provide shelter. And if we had all park on Te Ngākau, it would just be open to the southerlies when they came in, and it wouldn't then therefore be a usable and friendly space for a lot of the time. I think that there has to be real green space. You look at places like Glover Park, really well used all the time. Any day the grass is dry, people are sitting on it. The artificial turf, in my view, has been a really unfriendly disaster. We also need to be able to preserve the visibility of the harbour from there. And obviously the scenario about what's happening with the precinct development hasn't been articulated yet, but I think we need better public communication on what the vision for that is. I don't think we need retail space in Civic Square. It's, you know, for people to gather. It's for access to cultural activities. And finally, on the art gallery, I totally also support the previous speakers. The art gallery is fine as it is. Why spend money when it's, you know, not needed? So that's about it from... Oh, the final thing is that the Michael Fowler Centre must be retained. I don't know if any of you have seen the Christchurch documentary, Morris and I, about the fight to retain the Christchurch Town Hall. We would never get an auditorium of that quality again if we lost it. It's, well, you know, really good acoustics. So that's me.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Looks like you've nailed it. Great, thanks very much, Alison. Our next person is Alex Gray and Geordie Cashin.
Morena councillors, ko Geordie Cassin tōku ingoa. I'm the chair of the Wellington District Council of the Automobile Association. With me is our vice chair, Alex Gray. Alex is also submitting as a private individual a little bit later in the process. Look, thank you for your time this morning. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Our submission is specifically in relation to the City to Sea Bridge. We strongly oppose the demolition of it. It is an icon of the Wellington city landscape. It is part of what has made this city the coolest little capital in the world. And others have and will speak more eloquently about that and its retention. Our submissions are more pragmatic, if you like, specifically in relation to safety. We believe the bridge is really important to be retained because it provides a safe, easy, smooth mechanism for people to move from the city to sea and vice versa, as the name suggests. Removal of the bridge potentially puts people on an at-grade pedestrian crossing. There are concerns with that. There is one there now. It's not well used because people have access to the City to Sea Bridge. And quite frankly, in talking about our submission, I think virtually every councillor around the table could recall instances seeing red light running at peak times. So, you know, if you think about the City Council has made a big investment over recent years in creating a safe environment for other modes of transport, walking, cycling, etc., to remove the bridge and put people at that at-grade crossing, to our mind, is counterintuitive to the work that has been done. We would like to see the time taken by the Council to look at this again, to look at the costs and what is a realistic degree of risk management. It's important to be risk aware, but maybe not risk averse. So, you know, I think there are balances to be had. Alex will speak about those a little bit more. We note that the government has just extended the timeframe for remedial action on earthquake-prone buildings for another 4 years. That gives council the opportunity to take consideration and look again at the numbers for what could be done to improve the bridge. And finally, I would make the observation, if you are determined to demolish it, then another bridge is the appropriate solution for the reasons already mentioned. And please, can the structure in some way be retained? Can it be salvaged and used to continue to grace the city? I'll hand over to Alex.
Thank you, Geordie. My concern as an engineer is, first of all, the majority of reports on the bridge to date have been desktop studies without any new site investigations, and the only borehole for capital E is actually dated 1988. Latest structural reports have analysed the bridge at an importance level of 3, and in our view this is too conservative. The reason it's IL3 is it can theoretically hold 300 people. I can only remember probably one day a year when it's got 300 on it, and that's probably a New Year fireworks. The likelihood of a major earthquake occurring during the occasional event is infinitesimally small. Therefore, the bridge should be rated IL2 as mentioned in the Hofcon report, which means the bridge only has to survive a 1 in a 500-year earthquake, not a 1 in 1,000. This increases the NBS rating from 20 to 26%. The bridge is also a vantage point for viewing events on the waterfront and also a safe route for pedestrians to access or leave the waterfront during events. From the Automobile Association perspective, the safety angle is really critical. I don't know if councillors have forgotten, but in June 23 last year, a young mother was actually killed just round the corner in Cable Street by a red light running driver who was drunk and speeding and who didn't stop. And so we think that's very important because putting an at-grade crossing on Jervois Quay with 45,000 vehicles just does not make sense to us when there's already a safe route. We're also concerned that no estimate's been available to demonstrate the cost of strengthening the bridge structure, supposedly between 90 to 120 million for that and capital E. I've been trying to get hold of the estimates since the 14th of October. I got a letter yesterday saying my Official Information Act request had been declined yet again and the information will be available next week. Well, how can I make a submission and review the estimates when they're not available? They should have been on the consultation website. Finally, reviewing the seismic risk assessment, Dave Brunsden, who I know personally, mentioned that the continued use of the bridge for a limited period of time is appropriate. He mentioned 2026 because that was the figure mentioned by council, but when I talked to him on the phone, he said that as long as a decision on the bridge was made as to strengthen it or demolish it within the next 5 years, that would be fine. Therefore, we recommend further design and investigations of the feasibility and more accurate costings will be completed before council makes a decision. So my time's up, so that's it.
We'll let Councillor Randall ask you one question.
No, I just wanted to get a quick comment about, you've had a lot of engagement with officers, but have you got the information you really need to put your case?
The estimates have not been provided, and that makes it very difficult to understand where the $90 to $120 million figure came from.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam Flowers.
Ka tangi te tite, ka tangi te kaka, ka tangi hoki a hau, tihei mauri ora, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Adam Flowers. I'm a director at CCM Architects, and I'm here today representing a group of over 60 urban environment professionals encompassing a wide range of expertise, including architecture, landscape architecture, planning, and urban design. Our list of signatories includes past presidents and respected fellows of the NZIA, respected academics, a SEPDED specialist, and a performative urbanist. We represent 43 different firms and institutions, and we have extensive experience working in Wellington and other cities and collective detailed knowledge of the Tanako precinct. Our group submission began as an informal discussion between a handful of professionals. As we connected with the wider design community, our conversation evolved into a considered statement identifying shared concerns and suggestions from many specialists passionate about enhancing this important public space. We've taken the opportunity to discuss the consultation with council officers and the Whiringa-ā-rangi design team as part of our professional courtesies. I urge councillors to please read our submission in detail and the detailed submissions from those of us who have taken the additional time to provide individual responses. We would welcome the opportunity to discuss a suggested process forward and design development options with you if the opportunity can be provided in another forum. We recognise the complexity of the project and the opportunities it brings for enhancing Tanako. We acknowledge the hard work of the project team that's evident in the proposals. However, as a group, we share strong concern about the appropriateness of the proposals and the process to date that has led to these scenarios. Our concerns about the proposal are listed in the submission, which includes commentary on the following 9 issues. 1, the loss of the unique positive qualities of the Civic Square and the City to Sea Bridge. A response to the wider urban context. The landscape response and its failure to adequately support civic functions. The loss of enclosure to the square and the impact of traffic in the space from Jervois Quay. The lack of amenity provided by the proposed replacement pedestrian bridge and the negative impact on the existing lawn. The partial infilling of the lagoon. The demolition of the Michael Fowler Centre as a highly regarded, groundbreaking and internationally acclaimed representation of concert hall architecture. A process that's been short on meaningful stakeholder and public engagement, and consultation documents that offer binary opposites with scenarios that focus on quantity rather than quality of open space and that describe excessive commercialisation of what is intended to be the beating heart of the city. We request that the Council reconsider the scenarios and explore alternative approaches, including variations of those described in the development plan. We request that a realistic option to retain the City to Sea Bridge is further explored and developed. We request that a strengthened relationship to the public waterfront be developed. Finally, given the project's public importance, we request that there's greater visibility of options and public input into decision making. Transparency and the robustness of the outcome relies on timely and robust stakeholder and participatory design processes. We suggest that this includes a citizen reference group or public symposia or workshops to comment on directions, values and to give feedback, and a broad expert professional reference group for review and to act as an independent sounding board on design opportunities and approaches. The interest and depth of concern among urban environment professionals about this proposal should not be underestimated. The Council should be alarmed by the disquiet from this group. I urge you to please consider the depth and breadth of expertise supporting this group submission. We hope that the Council accepts our offer to participate professionally and meaningfully in consultation and design development processes to support your project team. This consultation has prompted a huge amount of discussion amongst the public, designers and urbanists, and you have the opportunity to leverage off that interest and focus that collective attention on improved outcomes for Tanako Precinct. Thank you for your consideration. Ngā mihi nui.
Councillor Chung has a question for you.
Thanks very much, Adam. Since you sent your email through with your suggestions, I've discussed this with the council officers, and the response was that it's very difficult to organise anything with such a large group of people. So have you actually spoken to your members about what their vision is for this? So have you come up with ideas or concepts of different things that you actually envisage seeing in there?
Look, you're right to point that 63 different professionals have 63 different opinions on what would make a successful square, and you'll see a lot of those ideas in these submissions. We did talk about bringing those ideas together to this table, and realised that response would be participating in the same accelerated processes that we're a little bit critical of. To get a good outcome here, we think the brief needs to be refined. Some of those questions about what a civic square means for Wellington, what we're trying to achieve, what that right balance of commercialisation, commercial interests, public activity, performance and another activity in the square needs to be well understood to form the brief before we start.
Thanks, Adam. We've really run significantly over time, so thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Our next is Catherine Penitito. Thank you, Catherine.
Kia ora koutou. I've been a ratepayer in the city since 1981 and a resident at the same property since 89. I've seen the Civic Square from the library was where the art gallery is now, and without the City to Sea bridge. I'm sorry to take up your time. After listening to the last two speakers, I realise that they are much more offering positive things. I'm here from an emotional point. The City to Sea bridge is a wonderful part of our city, and walking across that square, up those stairs, and then landing on Paramatchit's bridge and seeing the whole harbour set out before us in its grey days and its sunny days is just a revelation. I'm here because I feel the consultation document has not given us a proper opportunity to say, keep it. And that is my main thing. It's got to be kept. Otherwise, what is the city if we get rid of something as important as that? The other reason I'm here is because I believe the consultation document, and particularly the consultation at Shed 6, and does not give ordinary people the opportunity to say, save the bridge. And for the other part, after listening to the last two speakers, I think you've had enough evidence as to why Shed 6 consultation didn't work. There was not the opportunity for the previous speakers to question some of the answers from council staff. So I'm sorry to take up your time. That's all I have to say. But, yeah, thank you. Oh.
Thank you. Councillor Free.
Now, I would have liked to have asked this of some of the other speakers as well, but something that's occurred to me to question is, do you think there's been enough iwi involvement or feedback in this process?
I can't answer that.
No.
I don't know.
I guess the question would be, would it be something that should be done?
No, I don't think so. I think the it's the consultation on whether the engineering reports say that it really has to go. That's my answer. But you've got the cultural thing there, Paramatchits. You come up there, and what do you see? Those symbols, and then the harbour, which is Wellington.
Councillor Rogers has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you very much for discussing your experience with the bridge. I guess I was wondering, with some of the options to retain, is there it's kind of hard to put a figure on, but what do you think would be reasonable for ratepayers to contribute towards keeping the bridge if there was a cost involved?
I think we'll have the opportunity to answer that when you look at your long-term plan again.
Councillor Paddock.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Councillor Chung has last one.
Thanks very much, Catherine. Regarding the comments that you actually made for the existing bridge, now, could a lot of those, we're obviously concerned about the safety of the bridge, and so could all those things that you actually mentioned be satisfied by replacing it with another bridge, but ensuring that it's actually safe and it won't sink into the harbour?
Well, given the three options that were in that consultation document, none of them provide a vista that bridge does now. And the lead-in from the square, with all the traffic, the bikes, the scooters, and then suddenly there it all is. That's all I can say.
Okay. Councillor Abdul-Rahman.
So just to follow up on the previous question, it might be a bit controversial, you don't have to answer it. So if you have to choose from the long-term plan some project or any of the projects to be replaced, to the funding to go toward the strengthening of this one, which one would it be?
I'll wait for the long-term plan and put my ideas in then.
Great, thanks very much. Our next speaker is Patrick Spelly.
Thanks for letting me speak today. I've lived in Wellington for more than 40 years. I love the place. First time I've actually submitted to the council on anything. Amongst the most successful changes over that time that I've been here have been the connections built between the city and the harbour, and the City to Sea bridge has been an integral and unique part of that. So I was gobsmacked, basically, that its proposed demolition without any alternative for its retention could emerge what seemed to me as a engaged ratepayer out of the blue. Since that proposal came to light, I've spoken to council officers, I've read the council material on which submissions were to be based and critiques of that material. Now, I don't want to oversell myself, but as some of you may know, I'm the founding editor of a business news publication. I've spent the last 40 years looking at fiscal responsibility issues, budget issues, capital plans, and infrastructure and complex commercial issues. And so far, I have to say, I'm just simply unconvinced that the case has been made for the demolition of the bridge. However, that's not the main issue for me. The issue with the bridge is about more than its future. It's about the relationship between the council and the people of Wellington. The depth of the opposition to the bridge's demolition is, to me, emblematic of a fundamental problem that the council either appears to have lost sight of, not to appreciate, or not to be managing well. And that is that, whether fairly or unfairly, the last 3 Wellington City Councils have become a byword among ratepayers for dysfunction and governance failure. Pains me to say it, because I know there are hard-working, committed councillors and council officers working on these issues, and there are councillors whom I respect and know personally. But trust in Wellington City Council has never been at a lower ebb than it is now, in my experience. And in this low-trust environment, the council's social licence to propose any major changes to the city's infrastructure has, I would suggest, been almost completely exhausted. A council that understood this dynamic would recognise that yet another set of proposals to disrupt the city, to demolish iconic parts of its identity, should be approached with much greater care than this one has been. In the case of the City to Sea Bridge, an option to demolish or to demolish was presented. The backlash was inevitable. Costings and expert evidence have faced enormous but predictable scepticism, and proceeding with that proposal further will further undermine ratepayer and citizen trust in and support for the rest of the council's agenda, I suggest. I imagine I'm not saying anything you haven't heard a million times. But in that sense, the City to Sea Bridge has emerged as a touchstone for the frustration that's boiling about a whole swathe of council initiatives. I urge you to consider your decisions with that political dynamic in mind. In terms of the bridge itself, I simply make the following points. While the council has found advisors who all agree that the bridge must come down, open-minded and equally well-qualified critics appear to have found credible alternatives to that option. They have not been adequately answered so far by the council, as far as I'm aware. Secondly, if the bridge is to be demolished, it must be replaced by another bridge immediately. The suggestion that a new bridge must wait for the next long-term plan smacks of the kind of predetermination that ratepayers increasingly perceive as evidence of a maddening combination of arrogance and incompetence. If the several thousands of people a day who are predicted to cross the quays once the Civic Square renovations are completed is realistic, it's almost quixotic to suggest that another pedestrian crossing is a better alternative than a bridge. Finally, a new bridge, I would hope, would seek to incorporate the artistic elements of the existing bridge, if possible. Just make one last point. I realise that the LTP process lacks flexibility, but it doesn't seem to me that there's anything in practice to prevent the council from choosing to bank major savings by cancelling the widely unloved Golden Mile project and re-examining the retention at much lower cost of the City to Sea Bridge. I urge you to consider a much scaled back and more open-minded approach to these 2 projects than has been apparent so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Randall has a question for you.
Thank you, Patrick. Very sombre comments. My question is to go forward and remedy the deficiency in the engagement and in a sense, bring people back on side. What do you think the best thing we should do as a decision? Does it just need more time to give confidence and clear the air, or does it need something else?
That's a heck of a big question to answer in 9 seconds, but I would have said that, in my view, more time would be great, but I guess the answer would always be, there's a sort of a computer say no element to all of this. We can't have more time because we have to take it down because of the earthquake risk and because we'd have to clear the quays. Well, you haven't made the argument that the quays would actually be any more difficult to clear with the bridge there than because stuff's going to come down anyway. Yeah. It would probably help if there was more information. I haven't been able to find detailed material that says why it costs $63 million or whatever the right number is, except that when talking to council officers about it, that very large capital sum starts dividing down into much smaller pieces, and it's difficult as a ratepayer to get to grips with where that detail comes from. And that inevitably makes you sceptical when you see other alternative views put forward.
Okay.
So I guess that's about as much as I can say on that.
Yeah, so we haven't brought people along, and that's what you're saying, haven't brought you along.
I'm afraid not.
Okay,
No.
thank you. That's really good.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Our next speaker is John Swain.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. It's a pity that there appears to be a paucity of the council officers here. The Mayor is clearly not here. This is a matter, as you will see from the number of people that are choosing to speak, of prime importance to the ratepayers of Wellington. Yet again, I find myself in front of this committee. Yet again, I know that my submissions will be ignored. Yet again, the executive staff have found themselves reluctantly consulting the ratepayer on the shambles caused at their behest in the most significant park and associated complexes in this city. The consultation document is again flawed towards the outcome required by retiring CEO McKerrow and her management team. The document contains two alternatives or the status quo. My submission is to maintain this status quo, leave the bridge undisturbed, and provide the elected councillors and the ratepayers with the information necessary to make an informed decision. The informal information that is available leads back to the renovated town hall. Seawater remains in the basement of the building. The importance of that is its requirement as a music studio to serve the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra, with equipment to be installed to be funded by philanthropists Peter Jackson and Fran Walsh. It is to be noted that the legal title to the land registered in the name of the WCC notes that the land is subject to inundation. The square sits on land reclaimed from the beach. Liquefaction and sea tidal forces are unhappy partners. Verifiable engineering information and details of the watertightness of the town hall need to be made publicly available. The engineering information should extend to all the other structures that will remain after the current demolition spree is concluded. It appears too late to preserve the Municipal Corporation office building, as the steel windows are presently being stripped out. And of course, the executive has resolved to move to an office block outside the square, refitted to their specification, with 200 car parks at a cost of $40 million to the city ratepayers. This information should of course be of interest to the Crown Observer, being legitimately part of the long-term planning process. Equally important is the affordability of the proposal made in the consultation documents before us. The answer again is that these proposals cannot be entertained without an update on the costs incurred to date in and around the square, and cash flow forecasts, including the 20% increase to the domestic and commercial rate fares, and including updated interest costs resulting from the downgrade of a city living beyond its means. We're a city on a good day of 213,000 people with collapsing pipes. In a recent opinion piece by Eric Crampton of the New Zealand Initiative, he postulated that the council should not proceed with any substantial projects until council officers can provide ratepayers with a credible assessment of the bills that they each will face to fix the water network. This is my submission to the councillors and the missing chief executive. Provide us with the information you presently hold. Do not use the commercially sensitive excuse that is normally proffered. Stop the spending, leave the bridge, maintain the status quo.
Thank you very much, John, for your enthusiastic presentation. I'm sure we'll find it inspirational. Has anyone got any questions for John? Councillor Paddock.
Thanks for coming in. I guess, look, I think everyone agrees that water infrastructure is critical, but do you think the city needs more than good pipes, and so investment is necessary?
That's really an issue of affordability, isn't it? The city is shrinking. Businesses are leaving town. Ratepayers are leaving town because they can't afford to live here. Now, I would have thought that Councillor Pannett, that you in particular would be keen to make sure that the infrastructure is seen to without the nice to haves. At the moment, it's all nice to haves, isn't it, when you look around the Civic Square complex.
Great, thanks very much, Judd. We will now have a break until 11:55 when the next speaker is slated to speak. Leslie Ann Salinger.
Leslie Salinger, yeah.
Thank you, Leslie. If you'd like to.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Right.
If the people at the back of the room could the people at the back of the room please sit down and be quiet, because we'd like to listen to Leslie
idea.
and not have to listen
They've
to.
got me to listen to.
Okay, we've sort of got silence now, Leslie.
All right. So, no mai, haere mai, whakarongo mai, ko Leslie Salinger aho. In another life, I was director of the New Zealand Academy of Fine Arts and formerly the chief executive of the New Zealand Institute of Architects. I am speaking to the much-loved City to Sea Bridge. I'm not addressing retention of the bridge from an engineering technical argument, as there are many able experts such as Alex Gray and Paul Burrell to cover that, and architects such as Stuart Niven and John Gray. Designer, who I might say as a gross insult, has been overlooked in this whole debacle. I would like to note that Maury Love, who I spoke to from the Tents Trust, told me that the seawall is strong, and in fact it survived the earthquake in the 1850s, and then the, I think it's 1941 or 42 earthquake. Rather, I will discuss the bridge in terms of its significance, its cultural meaning, and I'll offer some solutions. Let me first speak about its significance. The City to Sea Bridge provides connection, pathway, seating, an auditorium, and enclosure to Civic Square. It is much loved, used daily for connection to the waterfront and for workers passaging to and fro to work in the city. It provides shelter from the wind, to sit and to read, to eat lunch, to have children play and clamber. It has been used for civic gatherings such as fireworks, until the council in its wisdom stopped them. It is important for the city for tourism. Look at TripAdvisor for the many appreciative comments from visitors, both national and international. In the true sense of the word, it has become iconic. It's a signifier of Wellington. And I would say to you that you actually do not have a mandate from the citizens of Wellington to demolish it. Let's look at its cultural meaning. The bridge is a living sculpture. It embodies true biculturalism, both in its execution and its expression. Architects John Gray and Riwi Thompson jointly designed it. And of course, Paratene Matchett's carvings and po atop it, imbued with meaning. Then there are the writer's walk slabs of quotations and Matt Pinet's two sculptures as finials on the stairs. The tiles are set as a symbol of a fishing net being thrown. If you go up to the top of the bridge and look, you'll see the whole patterning of the tiles shows you its meaning. I can also think about, it's a bit of a digression, but think about other artists from the Civic Square, such as Robert Franken and Chris Booth with his standing stones, which seem to have gone and be lost. And the council wants to demolish all this. This is truly a grave insult. And what's the alternative? I went to the City and Sea Museum to have a look at one of the consultations, and the renditions that they had on display, I think about 3 of them watercolours, are, if anything to go by, anodyne, acculturate option of a flat space bleeding out to Jervois Quay with some trees and benches dotted about, windswept and decidedly uninteresting. For goodness sake, we live in the roaring 40s here. You think about the winds we had on Wednesday. If you remove that enclosed public space, it literally will just be another area in which one's blasted off the heath. All right, what solutions can I offer? Well, my first solution is leave it alone.
Sorry, Leslie, your time is up, but can you just make one last point before we close you down?
Properly assess its structural rating and situation, consider alternatives for strengthening the seaward side, approach good citizens, city developers who may be willing to help with funding and strengthening, clean and repair tiles, wood, iron and other surfaces, and restore the public sculptures. All right.
Thank you very much, Leslie. Thank you. Thank you very much. And our next person is Annie Collins.
Kia ora tātou katoa. Yeah, my name is Annie Collins, and what I do is I'm a film editor. I've been editing films in this country for the last 50 years. And you learn a certain set of skills in that sort of role. And I'm here because of my skills. And the one skill that is pertinent to this grouping is that I need to understand and recognise what holds the spirit of a project, not just the purpose of it, but the spirit of it. So, after that public meeting a couple of weeks ago, I went home and I read the geotech papers, all 90-something pages of them. And I'm not an engineer, but I got the gist of it. I figured out, I understood about the lateral spread, etc. What I understood even better was diagrams, because I'm really, really good with images. So I'll skip back to film here for just a moment. When you get to the end, really, really near the end of a film, you put it up and you ask people to give you feedback on it. And it's a really useful exercise, because somebody in that bunch of people is likely to come up and say, gosh, it was a great film, but I didn't understand about this bit where so-and-so was talking to such and such, and I didn't get the gist of that at all. And you go, ooh, we've got a problem, because that little bit contained the heart of the concept for the film. And if I have a fairly inexperienced director, we'll go back to the cutting room and they'll say, put up that scene, and they'll try and recut it. And I'm going, hold on a minute, mate. The scene's not the problem. The problem is in the foundation of the conceptual idea. And so we look 5 to 10 minutes before that scene comes up and we work there and we fix the problem. So going back to the diagram, I had a good look at it, and there was the bridge with its feet stuck right down into bedrock. And over on the right, 5 or 10 minutes away, was the seawall sitting on top of sand. And my editor's head went, oops, that's a problem. And then a couple of days later, I read a letter to the editor in the paper from engineer Bruce McLean. And I think you now have a copy of that in front of you as well. Now, shift on to the two propositions that you've given us. The big problem is shape. Previous speaker has touched a bit on the problems that go with it. When you think about shape, Tanako, the heart, it's an enclosed chamber which pulses with life inside it. What these two options present us with is no longer Tanako, it's an esophagus. Not only that, a very windy esophagus. And Wellingtonians are going to avoid being there if they possibly can, especially as one end of that esophagus is very noisy and lots of cars and pollution roaring past us. So the propositions no longer hold the possibility of either heart or spirit. And when you think of spirit, I think of blimmin' great steel Nico palms. I think of fishing pools. I think of 30-foot banners from John Jawbridge. And I think of a pile of chain-sawn lumber. Now that lumber sits on top of a great...
Eddie, you've run out of time, so do you want to actually just sum up and give us your final closing remark?
Yeah. What artists do is they synthesize the spirit with people, where we've been and where we're going. Paramachit knows exactly what he was doing with that damn bridge. It has sheer effrontery to it. It is totally uncompromising. There is nothing half-assed about it. It is in your face. What he did was to synthesize what it is to live in this city. The bridge is the spirit of us Wellingtonians. I'd like the engineers to match the skills of the artists who shaped that piece of us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Colin Keating is our next person.
Kia ora, tātou, tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Colin Keating, and I'm here to give you some 3 short points drawn from my submission that I want to emphasise about the bridge, about green space, and about what to do next. About the bridge, please, please do everything you can to save it. I think we've heard an extraordinary range of very good reasons why it should be so. Please be sceptical about the advice that you are receiving. I've been following council reports to this council for 15 to 20 years, quite closely, and I've noticed that the idea of removing the bridge is not a new one. It's been in council officers' minds for a long time. One might even say it's an agenda to get rid of the bridge. Please be sceptical. Please commission a genuinely independent review of what needs to be done. Green space. Wellington is abysmally short of central city green space, and relative to most other respectable capitals in the international community, we are poverty-stricken as far as green space. We want to densify the population in the inner city. All the more reason to expand the open and green space. But what kind of space do we need? As several speakers have pointed out, Tinako is not a space which is easy to work in. I think that we do need to create an open green space, and the model should be Midland Park. Midland Park, every time the sun is out, people go there in their hundreds. And I would like to see the same replicated on Jack Islet Green. I'm appalled at the thought that a building might be put there. Jack Islet Green is the part of that Tinaka which is the least shaded, it's the most open for sun, it's got the greatest potential for providing a thriving replica of Midland Park in the central city. We don't need more buildings. We don't need to expand the library. It's a nice to have to expand the library. It's a nice to have which in this time we cannot afford. Please don't go there. Lastly, I do beg you, this is a point I made in my submission on the budget, please press the pause button on lots of these nice to have projects. Please stop. Please wait until we know, for instance, with Tinaka, we don't know what's going to be the outcome with respect to the Michael Fowler Centre. We don't know what the government's new standards will be relating to seismic risk and building requirements associated with that. Once all of those things are known, the picture will be much clearer and we will be much easier able to take a comprehensive decision relating to the Tinaka. Only do what you have to do, and in my opinion, what you have to do at the moment is complete the demolition of the two buildings which you have started. One is already gone, the other demolition has started. Press the pause button. Please don't spend ratepayers' money on doing anything other than putting some nice green grass down on those spaces until there is a lot more time, a lot more financial resources, and a lot more information for taking good decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Colin? Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. One of the things that I'm, I guess, trying to consider in this project, especially with the earthquake-prone building review, is how you balance the uncertainty of the outcome of that review with some of the certainty around cost escalation for construction materials, and so how you sort of find that balance.
Absolutely, and it goes precisely to my point about the fact that cost escalation is inevitable. You don't need to build new things. To the contrary, let's leave it open space. I mean, the commercial private sector has got lots of building opportunities around the city. We don't need to use publicly owned land to provide commercial office space or commercial entertainment space. We can use publicly owned land for the public, open spaces like we have in Midland Park.
Great, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Stephen McDougall. Welcome, Stephen.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you for this opportunity to present. My name's Stephen McDougall. I'm a founding director of Studio of Pacific Architecture, but here in my personal capacity, I'm also a signatory to the professional submission that was presented earlier. My presentation is 5 minutes and 15 seconds, so I'll hope you let me run that extra 15 seconds.
No way. No, of course.
So I'm concerned about the lack of viable options available within the Tinaka consultation documents and the lack of vision within the options offered. None of the options support or contribute to a true civic precinct or civic square, and I do not believe that any of the options would produce a world-class urban environment that Wellington deserves. They are a missed opportunity. And as an aside, I'm very surprised to see that the process to date for a project of this scale to have almost no stakeholder engagement. I do not support the demolition of the City to Sea Bridge. Not only is it an important connector between arguably Wellington's two most important spaces, the waterfront and Civic Square, but it is also a key public space in its own right, used for events, gatherings of groups and individuals throughout the year. It is often full of people taking time to view the inner harbour in Eastern Hills or back to the city. The bridge reinforces the strength of the Civic Square and creates an amphitheatre both easterly and westerly directions. I do not believe that either an on-grade crossing or the slender winding bridge connection would allow a satisfactory solution for a city, and a positive and free connection between these spaces will be lost. I believe both options are contrary to good modern urban design practice, The loss of the broad bridge would be a backward step for Wellington City. Many other modern cities around the world are reinforcing their connections to their harbours and waterfronts. The on-grade options will mean there will be no longer a visual connection to the water or the Eastern Hills, with views from the Civic Square being restricted to the boat shed complex across the lagoon. I do not believe that the limited structural analysis and costing information that has been made available is a fair assessment of the real and actual situation, and that relevant information has been withheld from this process. I request that all actual financial studies and structural assessments are made available to the public as part of this process, including information on the seawall, its status and costings across all scenarios. A viable and realistic option to retain the bridge should be developed. The City Gallery is an important and critical public use and is a fundamental to the civic precinct and should remain in its current state and location. I support the no change option for the City Gallery. A ground floor food court is, frankly, a weird idea and an insult to the building and its function as a gallery. Distributing the gallery functions will dilute and disrupt the gallery functionality and distract from it being a world-class facility it has been in the past and should be in the future. I'm very disappointed to see the Michael Fowler Centre even being considered for demolition. The scenario 3 illustrated includes the MFC demolition and suggested is replaced by a commercial building. There is no reference to the current auditorium being rebuilt in the scenario and therefore suggesting is not part of the plan. This would be a significant loss for the city. I'm also disappointed to see the demolition of the Mob building as a fait accompli. This building is an important part of Wellington's architectural and civic history and supports the civic precinct. The retention of the Mob is a significantly more sustainable option rather than demolishing the building. Past and very recent development options have shown that it is viable for Mob to be redeveloped into a modern building that's structurally resilient and economically viable. I do not support the expansion of the western side of the lagoon. The suggested solution in all three scenarios will cause a significant reduction in the public enjoyment of the lagoon. Rowing and dragon boating activities will be extremely compromised to a point I suspect they will no longer be viable. While I support the increase in green space and the appropriate vegetation, the scale and arrangement of the public spaces illustrate do not support civic functions and gatherings. It has no structure, appears to ramble through the space. The square leaks out to the west and the east and has no definition. I believe the landscape as configured will also be a significant septet issue, with many potential places for people to hide and leading to an unsafe environment. The snaking bridge also creates safety issues as its shape allows for people to lurk. Both are very poor urban and landscape solutions. There is a complete lack of vision regarding the uses illustrated in the scenarios, and those included do not support public civic nature of these spaces. Commercial buildings alone will not do this. The heart of the civic square is broken in all the illustrated options. It will no longer be a civic square.
Oh, thank you. Has anyone got any questions? We are out of time, but I'll let one question because Stephen had so many. Just one question.
Because we've got so many prime buildings, we've been taking elements out. What is your suggestion for keeping it as a cohesive whole?
I think that spaces are created by building edges, and so the Mob building, for example, the demolition of that and creating one large building. I think individual buildings, the way that Civic Square has previously been developed with the smaller scale individual buildings, of course all in their own right being relatively large, but if you were to introduce, as illustrated, these very large, mostly commercial buildings, as it will remove itself from being a public space and effectively becomes like another Bowen campus, largely commercial space.
Thank you very much, David. We have now Filma and Phillips, if you, who is actually online, I think.
Hello. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
I wanted to speak only really to Te Taone, ki te Piriti Moana, the City to Sea Bridge. I'm doing this as a Māori who is interested in the artwork itself, as an artwork, as a collaborative masterpiece, and as an iconic bridge in Wellington. So my apologies for not starting in Te Reo, but I'll briefly start that way. Tēnā koutou katoa, councillors, ko ngā ruahine, ko ngā ngāpuhi, tōku iwi, ko whanganui a tara, tōku kāinga, ko Anne Phillips, tōku ingoa. What I wanted to do was really take your imaginations to the bridge itself. You, as councillors, have passed that bridge and walked across it many times, but perhaps put yourself in the shoes of people who are new to Wellington, of students, of young people. You yourself, what was your very first impression of that bridge? When you walked up those steps, when you looked across at the lagoon, or Waipiro Lagoon, or looked backwards towards the sea, the city. That first impression, it really matters. So think about, perhaps it was somewhere where you observed people enjoying the fireworks, where you observed the stingrays, where you looked closely at some of the detail of that bridge. And I wanted to really focus on it as a masterpiece, as a unique Indigenous structure, as a unique collaboration of the Māori artist, Paramechit, and the architects, Rewi Thompson, Ian Athfield, and John Gray. Now, John Gray, in a commentary, commented on how he came to Wellington in 1974. He thought it was the most boring and awful place. He wanted to leave immediately. Actually, that is true. I can recall the same feeling. I thought, what am I doing in this place? It was empty. There was no art. There was nothing of great substance in Wellington. And then suddenly everything changed. And you know that well. You know the change that came over Wellington. It suddenly became a creative hub of New Zealand. Now, we want to recapture that, don't we? And so we want that buzz. We want that sense of belonging. We want it to return. But getting rid of things is not going to make it happen. Getting rid of some of the iconic and established areas in New Zealand, it won't happen. So I wanted to, I've got 3 objectives, you'll be pleased to know. So the first one is to ask you as councillors, as esteemed councillors, as honoured councillors, to look closely at the bridge itself and to see why this is a masterpiece. And perhaps part of that would be to get you to accept that it is a masterpiece. And third, to make a radical departure from the consultation document part 1. Indeed, the decision the council must make about the City to Sea Bridge invites a collaboration of art and science and of the unity of heart and mind. So here we have an image taken from the book Rewi, about Rewi Thompson, the architect. And you see that it has a whole different perspective than the images given in your consultation document. It sort of invites mystery and romance. So the next slide, if you don't mind showing the next slide, reveals the mythical origin story of Wellington. I don't know whether it's a myth, it sort of is a myth, but it maybe isn't. It's about how the tales of Ngāke and what is it? I better remember. Te Whai Taitai. I should know that well, but I'm a bit nervous. Now, see, the tales are there. The duality of the 2 taniwha who battled and fought, well, we were always taught, battled the entrance to ensure there was an entrance. And Whaitaitai, being fat and lazy, like most of us, decided that he would remain behind. He wasn't quite bold enough or quite energised enough to push through the barrier like his companion.
And sorry, we're running out of time, so could you just
I better go on with
summing
it.
up point?
That's a very timely reminder, thank you. So they battled for supremacy, and we see this. We see this, the tails. We see the duality of the two there, kind of a mystery. The next slide, please. And there we have the mystery of the actual bridge itself. And then could we have the next slide? The final slide. And this has been called a wooden playground. Again, you see the two birds. Nobody looks at this carefully. But from a Māori perspective, this is about a tapu and sacred space because we're commemorating our history. So what I would ask you to do, which I think is very important, is to relook at your consultation document. Think about its inadequacies, its gaps, its omissions, because it's from an engineering perspective. And it's not from the art perspective. It certainly doesn't reflect the views of Wellington public.
Hey, sorry, Anne.
That's it.
Yep. I think you've made your points very clearly. So we really appreciate your submission. Thank you. And I'm sure we'll also be reading the written version as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
any questions?
No, we've run out of time. Sorry about that. And
okay. Thank you.
We have Alex Gray, who's once again behind the microphone. Thanks, Alex.
Kia ora. I'm Alex Gray. This time I'm submitting personally. I'm asking the council to postpone making a decision on whether to strengthen or demolish the iconic City to Sea Bridge and Capital E until more detailed geotechnical, structural and costing information is available for all options. As some of you know, I'm an experienced civil engineer, project manager, cyclist, pedestrian and motorist. I worked on the Nauronga flyovers in the 1980s, which are also iconic bridges. And I also, as a contractor, did the seismic strengthening of the Aotearoa overbridge using composite fibres in the 1990s, which was very innovative. My first point is the bridge is not an immediate health and safety risk, as we've already mentioned. The Building Act excludes bridges from the earthquake-prone building legislation, so it cannot be called earthquake-prone. The bridge suffered no damage in the 2018 Kaikoura earthquake, which mortally damaged several newer buildings, including the council admin building. This was probably due to the seismic strengthening installed in 2010 to a design by Spencer Holmes. Looking at the Capital E building, I think, as I discussed with Councillor Brown, that the Capital E is the Achilles heel of the access to the City to Sea Bridge. And I'm pleased to see that Minister Penk has now announced a 4-year extension to the deadline for strengthening or demolishing earthquake-prone buildings, because this then means that the Capital E building, which had a deadline of 2026, now has a deadline of 2030. And I asked the council to display a page from the Oricon report for the Capital E, which basically is a 35% upgrade to the building, which requires minimal work and minimal cost. Somebody asked me during the break what the cost would be. Well, that's not my job, and I've asked FARS to come up with a cost, because I think that's an option in terms of the way forward. As we all know, the Capital E is quite a large building. If we can save Capital E, we can then save the City to Sea Bridge. Looking at other issues that are of relevance, there are the reports done on the bridge are all desktop studies. We need some new geotech information, and that will enable more accurate costings and more options to be available. The other thing I'd like to mention is the 1889 seawall weighs about 18 to 20 tonnes per metre, and if you look at the cross-section, I believe it actually held up the City to Sea Bridge not only in the 2016 Kaikoura earthquake, but it also survived the 1942 earthquakes without any damage. The next point I'd like to make is that the argument was made that the bridge being an earthquake risk would delay emergency responses during a major earthquake. Well, the answer to that is that the whole of the quays is on reclaimed land and that the quays themselves will probably be impassable. They also mentioned that strengthening the bridge would cause major traffic disruption. My submission, which I encourage you to read, mentions that you could close off one lane and lengthen the seaward piles quite easily, and I would close the bridge over Christmas to do the tie bolts across the road to join all the foundations. So rather than rabbit on and talk about the thing in detail, I'll encourage you to read my submission, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, because I believe that it is possible to save the bridge and there's a number of options to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. We've got a question from Councillor Pannett.
Thanks, Alex. Have you used the NZTA bridge manual before?
Not recently, no, but it does class most bridges in New Zealand as IL2, and this one's classed as IL3.
Right, and so you think it should be IL2, and that would likely raise the MBS level?
That would raise the MBS level from 20 to 26% currently, yes.
Councillor Randall.
So the IL3 versus IL2 issue is really about how many people can be on the bridge. Would doing some superficial changes like barriers and that to reduce the capacity of the bridge, is that all that's needed to really change the status of the bridge?
Well, as I said in my submission, it's only ever full on a New Year's Eve or something like that. But I noticed in Nio Gorge, a little footbridge there has been closed down to half the width, and obviously it needs a bit of attention. So it would be quite simple on the New Year's Eve to put up some fences so that less than 300 people could stand on it. The other thing I forgot to mention in my submission is that we're still waiting for the detailed estimates. I asked for those on the 14th of October, and they still haven't been provided.
Okay, we've run out of time. Thanks very much, Alex. Thank you. Sandra Aitken.
E na mana e na rau and tangata atua. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Sandra Aiken. I've been humbled at how articulate and knowledgeable those people before me have been. And I'd ask you to think about my point of view from a sort of personal reflections. I want to support my submission for the City to the Sea Bridge this way. I want to I'm okay. And if you can't see me, so much the better. Thank you. This is the first time I've addressed the councillors, so thank you very much for giving me the time. I was saying I want to support my submission. I want to comment on Wellington's priorities and possible ambitions of the development plan consultation, and I'd like to finish on a more forward-looking view. To begin, we've all seen and used plenty of bridges. They're all the same, usually made of steel and or concrete spanning a river or some obstruction to help to get us to get across, which we do often, and it's always in a rush. The Sea Bridge is quite different. It's unique. For a start, it's wooden, and we're encouraged to linger, to explore, to engage with what it offers. The City to Sea Bridge does its job, and it's quirky. Most cities grow from where the people are in their markets, from the other factors such as population growth, economic development, technical advancement, policies all impact upon its development. The Tanakau precinct is like that too. It's used for the people, by the people. Central to this is the visible cultural, historical and artistic heart that is encapsulated in Wellington by the City to Sea Bridge. Today's tourism is a major contributor to a city's economy. In Wellington, the bridge has a strong part to play within the precinct. I take all my visitors to the bridge and they love the idiosyncratic nature of it. It's raw, It's full of different aspects. There are nooks and crannies. It's amazing, and it's a delight to see the smile of those fresh to Wellington. The development plan consultations, those pictures of what could be seen in any American township. The area in these pictures are surrounded by commercial buildings, flowers are in neat rows, and everything is orderly. The atmosphere is generally sterile. There is no similarities to the City to Sea Bridge. It is not a replica of any other bridge. It encourages all visitors to consider New Zealand's heritage and identity. The Council is already committed to restoring the National Central Library building in the old Town Hall. I applaud them for that. Jack Islet's Green should also be in the mix. I think we do need to enhance the whole area, and the bridge is already the centrepiece. We don't need to destroy what we have and start all over again. There is a question of money. As a ratepayer, myself, I do not want money spent on some cherry-tidy area with no heart or link with my life as depicted in the plan's consultation scenarios. The priority for Wellington should be fixing up the sorry state of its waters and pipe. How can we be worrying about a pedestrian crossing and a few rows of flowers or holding up traffic? Really? Why are our resources being diverted? Can an earthquake or can liquefaction and the extent of damage really be measured accurately? Prior to their occurrence, that is. Yes, we do need to be looking to the future. Projects should carry on, but they are minor, or they act only as stepping stones to the future. At this stage, we should look to our priorities and work starting to restore Wellington Central Library. The Town Hall should be completed. Perhaps the Jack Islet Green could be enhanced. Now that we know that the Capital E building is not part of the bridge's structure, perhaps it could be removed. That may help us to take the next step of the precinct. At this stage, no commercial building needs to be considered. Let's follow our priorities. Let's finish what we've started. Let's not destroy the vision from our past. Let's keep our steps small. I believe the City to Sea Bridge is a civilising force.
Hey, Sandra, sorry, you've run out of time. Have you got one last point you'd like to make?
It's Wellington, it's New Zealand. There's not another bridge like it.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sandra. We have Mr. Bjors from Wellington College, I think, is our next speaker. Or pack of speakers, as the case may be.
Perfect. Hello?
Yep.
Perfect. Kia ora. My name is Y. I'm one of the environment prefects from Wellington College, and behind me are some of the members of the Environment Club. I can speak for all of these guys, and quite a few Wellingtonians, in saying that we are currently throwing away a golden, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to expand and better our civic square. While the cab building was being demolished, as you can see in the photo, you probably noticed the massive amount of light that has begun pouring into our square and the surrounding streets. By opening up this space, we have given ourselves a snapshot of the potential of our square. It is my view, and the view of many in the city, that creating a new public park in place of the CAB would be the best option for developing our civic square. This park would open up the heart of our city in an unprecedented way. It would provide much-needed space to host graduations and protests, like the square is meant to. In its current state, the square struggles to accommodate the type of large gatherings that have become typical in our growing city. For example, even if the square wasn't cordoned off for construction, there would be no hope of it hosting a protest like the one on Tuesday. This park would also provide a proper gateway from the city to the waterfront that simply doesn't exist. There have been several times when I've spotted tourists unsure of how to access the waterfront, even when they are on Willis Street. There just isn't a clear enough path going outwards towards the sea. Now that the CAB is gone, people walking along Victoria Street can finally look out towards the water and the City to Sea Bridge from the very center of the city. By building a park in this area, we will finally bridge the gap between the city, the square, and the water, encouraging more people to visit our waterfront. This brings me to the elephant in the room, the proposed 10 to 12-story building that is most likely going to take the place of the CAB and MOB buildings. When you visit the CAB site, you are greeted with a sign reading, "Making room for something better." Absolutely. I think this is preposterous because when you look right above this sign, you are met with an amazing view of the gallery, the square, and the sky that didn't exist before the CAB was demolished and will most definitely not exist if this new building is constructed. This new building would eat into some of the area of the square. Its footprint would most likely be larger than both the CAB and MOB buildings combined, while being several stories taller. It would provide a ginormous barrier between the central city and ocean. It would block off any view of the square from street level and would cast an enormous shadow on the entire area. We, as the youth of Wellington, sincerely ask you, councillors, to reconsider whether building a building here is truly within the best interest of the city, especially seeing how the proposed value that the city would receive for leasing this lot would be between $10 and $12 million, I've been told. This lease would most likely last for between 100 and 150 years, as I have been told. And as the young people of the city, we think that for the future, for our future, we want to have open space in this area for us to have our graduations and our protests and our gatherings. And I understand that there's a potential that you have already signed a lease with the contractor for this space in the CAB and MOB site. And if that is the case, or if that isn't the case, I sincerely ask whether it is possible to make a compromise on this space, whether it is possible to not have a building take up the entire site, but even just a compromise of having a small park area by the entrance to the square, which would really open up the space and provide a true gateway from the city to the sea. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got one quick question from Councillor Paddock.
Yep, sorry.
Thank you so much. So your view is that this really is a civic space, not a place for private enterprise?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, boys. Our next speaker is James Hollings.
Tēnā koe. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wish to submit on the proposal to replace those buildings you just talked about on Civic Square. I think it's wrong. I've never made a submission before to council. I don't have any financial interest in that space. I don't own property or live there or anything to do with it. I live in the suburbs. I was trying to think of what value I could add to this debate apart from just another no voice. I'm an academic. I'm also a long-time observer of the council. I brought journalism students here for the last 10 to 15, 20 years. Deeply appreciate the generous and open way councillors and staff have engaged with them in that time. I think like you've lived open democracy, so I appreciate that. That's the spirit in which I come. I was born and grew up in Wellington. As children, we played in the bush around Kaiwharawhara. As teenagers, we used to wander the wharves back when they were mostly walled off by the Harbour Board. When it gifted the waterfront to us, it was our Berlin Wall moment. The walls came down. Since then, we've had a series of battles, Variation 17, Variation 11, Jack Islet Green, Chinese Garden, Outer T, Shelley Bay, Civic Square, the bridge, capital E, not to mention the aquarium on the south coast. All of them mostly proposals to privatise what I would call public land, which have caused a huge backlash. And I asked myself, why is it the narrative of the past 30 years has been battles against development rather than for development? What's wrong with our policy planning process? And that's what I'm interested in talking about today. I think that much of the political crisis that Wellington has found itself in comes from a problem of what I call political economy, namely the inability of elected representatives to control rent seeking. Rent seeking, as you may know, is a widely recognised and accepted theory in economics. The often quoted example is when a landowner next to a river puts a chain across it and charges a fee for traffic. There's no economic benefit from this except to the landowner, who has captured what was once public good for private gain. What we've seen in Wellington has been a succession of often successful attempts at rent seeking, sale of open space for private use. The proposal to block off a significant part of Tinako with a hotel, office building, whatever it's going to be, is another example. Now, rent seeking is, of course, a natural and reasonable behaviour, but it's the job of elected representatives to control it. Political economists would argue that politicians are vulnerable to rent-seeking behaviour because bureaucrats have monopoly power over information fed to the elected representatives. We've heard some examples of that this morning. And I think we've seen this in Wellington, of course, with Waterfront Wellington, which became a sort of out-of-control force which had to be stopped. And I wonder if the same thing is happening here. We have a council bureaucracy proposing a long-term lease on Civic Square land. The economic argument is dubious, 35, 40 million, whatever it's going to be for a 30, whatever, longer lease. But what is the real value of that open space, views and light? Well, let's say Precinct Properties puts a 10-storey building there with 6 floors and hotel. If they get 5 hotel rooms on each floor, that's 30 rooms with a waterfront view. If each rents for 300 a night for 300 nights a year, that's $81 million over 30 years. So a $35 million lease looks like, to me, like uncontrolled rent seeking in a fire sale. How do we politically regain public control over competition for our valuable public assets? Well, I think we have the model right in front of us. It's called the Town Belt. There's very little public appetite for revisiting the status of the Town Belt. The city is filling up with more apartments, more people, great, but we need more flat, open green spaces, you've heard this morning. If you look at the heart of Christchurch, Hagley Park, that's completely sacrosanct. In Wellington, that heart is not sacrosanct. I think the answer to this constant struggles over open space and political battles and everything else is we need to have a clear and unified plan for all of our public land, i.e. the waterfront in Tinako, but we're never going to get an agreed plan until the public is reassured that the public good is being looked after and that the spaces that they want kept open are sacrosanct, like in Christchurch. Only when we have that assurance will we be willing to agree on which bits can be built on. If you don't do that, I think our public officials will continue to be besieged with budget-boosting, rent-seeking arguments, like this hotel thing, and you, as politicians, will continue to spend your political capital trying to defend them. So my message to you is to pause, take back control of the policy-making process, spend some time creating a true consultation process for the entire waterfront and Civic Square and Tinako space that creates an overarching framework, like the Town Belt, that everyone can agree on. It will take time, but it will be worth it. In the meantime, well, I think leave the spaces open, put grass on them, let people come and kick a ball, spread a blanket, walk across them, sit on them, let us experience them, and let us live in them. Thank you.
Thank you. We've run out of time, so we haven't got time for questions. So thanks very much for that. We have, I think, one more before lunch, which is Nick Ballara.
I think I have some, yeah. Hello everyone, my name's Nick Ballara. I'm an architect. I run a practice in the city and have done so for a number of years. But I just want to say initially my submission was that I supported the idea of replacing the bridge with a new one. However, after deeper reflection, I agree with the bridge's original architects, John Gray and Rewi Thompson, and now strongly advocate for the retaining of the existing structure. The council's estimate, in my view, of $90+ million to save the bridge hasn't explored creative, cost-effective solutions. I heard of a sort of tongue-in-cheek option where you could fill the capital E full of sand and that would fix the problem, but I'm sure every time I've looked at things, there's always more than one way of doing it. So up on the slides behind you is is just a statement here. The Chesterton's fence, do not remove a fence until you know why it was put up in the first place. The principle penned by Chesterton in 1929 is a timeless reminder to us all that we should understand before we act. It asks us to pause and consider the wisdom behind the structures and systems we inherit, wisdom that often isn't immediately apparent. So on that slide is what Wellington doesn't want, which is a square which is busy during events and barren at other times. What we've got up there now, Athfield's vision. The opposite example is the Civic Square and the City to Sea Bridge, which were carefully conceived. They were part of a visionary design by Sir Ian Athfield, a man who understood Wellington's unique fabric. The bridge isn't just a way to cross over the road. Yes, it's a vital link to the waterfront, but it's also an integral part of a carefully designed public space. Chesterton's parable warns us of the unintended consequences of hastily removing something without fully understanding its purpose. Civic Square, with its surrounding buildings, pedestrian links and city-to-sea bridge, was designed to create connection and vitality, but more importantly, enclosure, a destination. The bridge in particular, sitting on top of the Capital E building, transforms what could have been a harsh, open and disconnected expanse into a cohesive, inviting space. I know this because when I studied architecture in Wellington, Sir Ian Athfield gave us a lecture about designing successful public spaces. He used the Civic Square to explain how elements like enclosure, pedestrian connectivity and purpose-built destinations turn spaces into places where people want to linger. Civic Square embodies these principles. So, you know, that was the slides that the man himself put up and talked to. Here up on the slide now is today's new urban design studies. But before we believe these and take an axe to the City to Sea Bridge, we need to honour Chesterton's fence. Removing the bridge and the Capital E building breaks this carefully crafted system. It isn't just a structural change, it's a fundamental shift that could render the square barren, converting it into a walkway connection to the waterfront, because that's what I believe all of the studies so far are trying to do. So in conclusion, we need to understand the role of the bridge. It's not just a physical structure and connector of people, but it creates spaces and it's part of our city's iconic identity. Only with that in mind can we make decisions on the future. Perhaps all we achieve by removing the bridge without this knowledge is unravelling Ian's vision and risk exposing the square to the relentless presence of a 6-lane highway, losing the sense of place that makes Civic Square vibrant and well-loved. And the slide up there now is what I believe we're creating. Thank you.
Councillor Randall has a question for you.
As someone with expertise and knowledge of amenity spaces, do you think that sort of the rise or the protection of the bridge, Capital E side, makes a big difference to the square in terms of noise and wind? And with that, is that one of the things you're saying?
It's absolutely vital to make a square a place, as in rather than just a walkway. It needs to be enclosed. It's a very well-known urban design principle, and what the bridge does is it puts a side to the square, and it does exactly that. It puts a wall between the cars, but also a connection over the top. So to replace it with a level crossing, I don't believe the square would be a place anymore. It would totally lose its character.
Do you think Wellington's reasonably frequent wind? Do you think the wind protection will also change inside the square as well, and that will be not to the better?
Yes, I think it's been well located as well. So while I really did appreciate the Wellington College boys, the tall building behind it to the south isn't going to stop the sun coming in, and I think it's quite a good. It captures both protection, sun, and a place to the way it's oriented now. So. Yeah.
Great, thanks very
Thank
much,
you very
Nick.
much.
You can now join us for lunch if you feel like it, as can everybody else. But we're now finishing until 1:30, so we've got 35 minutes. Alexander Gobi, are you here? We would like to hear from you if you are. Oh, that's great, thank you. Thank you. You've got 5 minutes.
Hi everyone, thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. I'm Alexander and I'm born and raised Wellingtonian, lived here my whole life, gone to uni here, studied here, working here, you know, the whole 9 yards. So today I would like to start by just asking for a show of hands. Who here has been to Civic Square during lunchtime recently this year? All right. Who hasn't been? Cool. To those who haven't been, I would just like to request that maybe next time during a lunch break, you just wander down and see what it's like on a sunny day, because to get an idea of what the importance it has as a community space. Because in my time in Wellington, the thing about Civic Square that I've always noticed is whenever you walk down, it's very rare to find empty. There's always people there, especially at lunchtime. It's always full of people, picnicking, talking, chatting, meeting up for lunch. And it's a great community hub, and I think any change that the council decides to make to it has to bear that in mind, and bear in mind the soul of this place and try and keep it as it is. The primary bulk of my submissions today are going to be on the Wellington City to Sea Bridge, however, because I think it's really important. So I read through the seismic report, and I understand probably have to get rid of it, unfortunately. But I think it is still really important that we have a bridge there. And there's 2 reasons for that. The first reason is that it's a busy road, right? It's not the easiest place to cross. And the City to Sea Bridge is a really nice, lovely way of crossing. It's very, you can go straight through Civic Square, over the bridge, and right into like the waterfront. And it's a really lovely way of going from the city to the waterfront. And I accept there are other bridges around there, but they're a bit harder to access and it's a little bit less convenient. But the main reason why I support the City to Sea Bridge is because it's such a community space. It's like, you've got these beautiful sculptures and wooden pieces. It feels very Wellington. It has a soul, and it's a lovely meeting spot. As a young person, oftentimes when I'm meeting someone in town, I say, how about we meet on the bridge? Because it's just such a nice place to sort of wait and just listen to the seagulls calling and just be one of the city. And I think it's really important that even though we're getting rid of this bridge, we can replace it with another sort of third space like that. And as a result, I'm quite opposed to the idea of just replacing it with a crosswalk, because I think it's very important that we have this sort of space and we make sure it's something that people can use and feel, and instead of just being like a very austere utilitarian bridge, it needs to be sort of a place that people can feel like they can hang out and be. Because that's what Wellington's all about, right? It's about a place that people can feel like they love, a city that they love. And a barren, empty crosswalk or a very utilitarian bridge doesn't really live up to that expectation that you expect from Wellington, the city of artists, and all of that. I mean, I'm sure I can go on for hours about that. But basically, I think that if we replace the bridge, which looks like we have to, it is really important that it is replaced by something that serves a similar function, which is more than just a crosswalk. It is a meeting spot. And that is what the council needs to take in mind. Other than that, I'm fully in favour of increasing usability at night time and putting more lighting in, by making it feel safer and all of that sort of stuff. But primarily, any changes made to the bridge or the Civic Square need to take into account the current people who use it, and the fact that it's such a meeting spot and such a great third space for people to hang out and be around. And yeah, so I'm leaving time for questions, so any questions?
Councillor Matthews.
Thank you. My question is because your sentiment has been echoed by a lot of people, and what I'm wondering is, does that meeting space have to be the crossing mechanism, or could we just design more of that into the square?
I think one of the reasons why the meeting space works the way it does is you get such a great view of the harbour and the city, and it's kind of hard for the square to give that because it just doesn't have the same level of elevation. So it's not quite as nice to be in a square when you're surrounded by roads than when you're on a bridge looking out the whole city. So
it might be possible though through design, I guess I'm hearing.
If you want to put a tower there, maybe?
Not a tower, but
I mean, it's possible, but it's not really feasible.
Thank you.
Councillor Free.
So I've been wondering about the importance of the kind of sheltered little nooks that are there in that bridge. Is that important as part of the meeting place, or would it be okay if it was a very plain sort of streamlined bridge?
Well, it is important because A, it gives people places to sit down, which is important. You know, when you're having a meeting spot, you want to, instead of just standing around aimlessly waiting for people, you want to sit down, you want to be able to enjoy the scenery. But it's also important because Wellington's windy. You don't want to be meeting somewhere where you're going to be exposed. Even on a sunny day, you get wind. And you want to have an environment where you can sit down and feel a bit sheltered from the elements. So it's somewhere that people want to be as opposed to a windswept, elevated bridge, basically.
Okay.
Great. Hey, thanks very much, Alex. That
Thank you very
was,
much.
Excellent. Thank you. And now we have Jennifer McDougall.
Kia ora koutou, Jenny McDougall tōku ingoa. I spend a lot of time on the waterfront dragon boating, 3 hours a week, and I used to access that via the City to Sea Bridge, where there were always a lot of people, including tourists, a lot of people taking photos with the view of the harbour down to the Hutt Valley, across the lagoon, a very popular spot. If all of those people that use that were using a crossing, it would be a busy crossing. And that crossing, I cross that road a lot. It's an extremely busy road, a lot of traffic noise and pollution. And it's also, I'll let you know, an extremely windy spot. All of that waterfront, extremely windy. So I agree that obviously we have to demolish that bridge, but we need a destination bridge, just as has been described, which is not just a utilitarian concrete like the Harris Street one I go on now, which was flooded last time I crossed it. A nice, it's where the city meets the waterfront, a very important spot for people visiting and locals. My son, who's 19, and all of his friends actually love Wellington and want to stay, unlike all the young people leaving. But he said, oh, if the City to Sea Bridge goes, that's it for Wellington. So it's very much loved. I know someone who was married on it, so it's very much loved. Also, I wanted to talk about Jack Islet Green, which a long time ago, some of you may know, there was a whole plan for a conservatorium of music on that space, which didn't go ahead. And I just feel that space isn't a great green space. It's apparently boggy. It's close to that busy, fumy road. It's not a pleasant place to sit. Don't get me started about the rugby statue, but that's just me. But I think that square, I think that square needs to be protected from the elements, so having a flat space there is not going to be great, and I'd like to see a building there surrounding the civic square, ideally a school of music. We had originally planned, as you would know, because council was a partner, the university and the NZSO had a plan for a precinct with a cultural precinct with music. The only music school that also had a symphony orchestra co-located, which is now not in the current plan. The town hall is going ahead, but that's still no longer a plan. So the School of Music now still doesn't have a site in Civic Square yet again, just like the Jack Islet plan. And I work at the university, I will say. We did raise $23 million based on the promise of a co-located symphony orchestra and school of music, unlike anywhere in the Southern Hemisphere, a cultural precinct, art and culture precinct in the heart of the city. And I wrote some of those proposals, and it would not be good if we had to give money back, because that's actually not going to happen as had been promised, and that vision was something that people were really looking forward to. You have an art gallery, a library, a music centre, and my kids did love the capital E, the children's theatre, all of that co-located. You've then got a shared sort of cultural space with a lot of synergies. You've got art and music, music and literature, and it's not just elite either, because the School of Music has taonga poro, it has Asian instruments, it has a music therapy course that's the only one in New Zealand. Hopefully we would have some cafes, we could have a lot of events that could happen in that cultural, musical, arty, creative space that was promised. I also just quickly mention that I see that there's now a 10-storey building on the corner of Civic Square that we aren't being consulted about, which we didn't know about, that's either business or residential and taking up parking under the library. So I think that that's too tall to be in keeping with the space. It's going to have shade onto the space. It's not a community space and it's not something that we've been consulted about. So I'm pretty much opposed to that idea. So that's, sorry, no time for questions, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can be sure that the music school is not dead, and there is every chance that it will turn up at the square, so don't worry about that. The next person is Wayne Newman.
Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for making this opportunity to submit available to me. I'm presenting on behalf of the Academy of Fine Arts, and I'm referring specifically to the proposals in section 5 dealing with the future of City Gallery. My submission is essentially that you've been doing a very good job with City Gallery, and now is not the time to stop or undo your good work. You know that the arts contribution to the economy of this city is well attested, it's been well researched. Recent research since the pandemic talks about the value of the arts to social and community values. And yet in Wellington at the moment, the arts are not in good stead. You have dealer galleries closing or struggling, academy galleries have closed, and obviously the visitors coming to the city continue to look in vain for our national collection. So in this context, the City Gallery assumes ever greater importance, and everything that you've been doing recently has been potentially positive. You've strengthened the building, you've installed internationally standard, of an international standard, climate control for exhibiting art. You've appointed an excellent chief executive, supportive of what you're doing, and in Charlotte Davey, you have now a director who is capable of taking this gallery much further than it has been able to for many years. The future looked absolutely assured, but then you have before you proposals that wipe out all of that. You have proposals to put in two of those options, a food court. You have in those proposals uncertainty about the future location of the gallery. You have continued disruption and building around it. The present disruptions could continue for a number of years. You have to remember that City Gallery relies on bringing high quality art from overseas. These are negotiations that require enormous certainty and trust and a prolonged period of time. You've removed the certainty with the proposals you have before you. There is, I would say, unjustifiable expense for unnecessary change. And so the Academy urges you to look at the three options that you have and say no action. The no action alternative, please make profit from the investment you have made. You have created what could be potentially a world-class gallery. It is ridiculous now to stop and to go back and start thinking about knocking holes in it, creating a food court, leaving the future of the gallery and how it might negotiate completely in the air. And that's enough from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Chung. Oh, sorry. We've got Councillor Matthews first. Sorry.
I guess I'm surprised to hear this because I didn't see in the proposals uncertainty around the future of the gallery. There is a question about whether the museum may be annexed to the gallery. But I'm just kind of interested in why you saw that as because I don't think it's anybody's intention to create uncertainty around the future of the gallery in Te Ngākau.
So one of the proposals actually talks about moving the gallery. The other talks about extensions to it. You have your small extension or your major extension, but the major extension doesn't actually, that's where is the gallery going to? You're talking primarily about what you've got in terms of the food court development and the walkway and moving potentially the gallery into Harris Street. So there's a lot of uncertainty around that from our reading of it.
Well, Bars, this is your chance to...
No. I mean, you can go away and assure yourself. I mean, I'm only making a submission, please.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But we may as well give you some satisfaction that this isn't, if it isn't. Bars, is there a plan to replace put a food court in where the art gallery is?
Kia ora, councillors. No, I think just point of clarification. This is an error in one of the pages. The way that is written is perceived that the gallery is moving out, but there is no plan of changing the gallery operation or the function of the gallery any time soon in future decades.
All right, that's most reassuring. And
just shows how successful your submission has been.
and an error that has cost me at least 2 weekends. Thank you. Never mind. All right, thank you for your time, Councillor.
No, thank you very much. Sorry, Ray. Ray, did you want to ask a question because I cut you off? Sorry.
Thanks, Wayne. Just a quick question. Why do you think there's a conflict between having a food venue and the gallery?
Maybe you could do that in afternoon tea.
It's the space, really, rather than that. If you're...
It's the vibe.
For one, you can't use it for the other.
Yeah, okay, no, thanks very much. I think we all get the answer to that one. Robert Ansell, I think, is our next person. Thanks, Robert.
I'm representing myself, but on the auspices that in 1983, I was then the president of the Architectural Centre in Wellington, and that is a particularly important year for the, because that was the year of the Civic Trust held the competition, which created the blueprint for the future. And the publicity at the time basically implied that this was pie in the sky, we'd never get money for it. The whole thing came about because the Wellington Harbour Board at the time was sitting on enormous amounts of land, and because of containerisation and other technical issues, it wasn't being used. And some serendipity came out of that in the sense that it eventually enabled the finance to come through to do what we have there. We ran 4 forums, the Architectural Centre, and we were trying to build on what the Civic Trust had done and in the light of what was happening. And we were lobbying very hard for it to go ahead. And one of these forums was on the Civic Centre. Now, if any of you have a chance to have a look at the publication of the blueprints from the future and the various submissions to that, you see that the whole notion of the Civic Square by the sea is an incredibly important. The relationship of the city centre to the harbour is an incredibly important idea. In fact, the ideal would be, to have an underpass if that was technically feasible. Anyway, so obviously, as things transpired, it wound up with the bridge and the Civic Square as it is. Now, I'm not going to go into the... I will say that I do not support a destruction of the bridge. And the reason being, no matter what the promises are to the future, before this competition, before this happened, there was years and years of talking about the piazza across the motorway. It was always recognised the relationship to the harbour was desperately important for Wellington. And there was never the finance for it, and eventually it backed off, and a small footbridge was built totally inadequate and hardly used. It's still there. I think it's being used a bit more at the moment because it's so hard to get round on the city, the bridge. Right, I just want to make 3 points through this, and I've set it out in the notes, and you all should have received the notes. I'm not going to go through this verbatim. It's all there. But one of the main points is really about the Civic Square itself. There was an error made when that was designed, and the lack of a viable edge, live edge. The edge of the square needs a lot of commercial activity, hospitality, that sort of thing. If you go to the best civic squares, whether it's in Europe or whatever, you'll see that. And that's what keeps it going, because at night the square goes dead, and if the weather is inclement, the square goes dead. So those things need to be taken account of. The other thing is that it should be a hard surface. We have a soft landscape gathering place in Waitangi Park. It's important to have a large area in the centre of town for gathering, and a place where professional. I think I've just overrun the time, so I'll just leave you to actually read. But it's well set out in the notes, and if anybody's had a chance to glance at those, welcome any questions.
Is there any questions? So, sorry, Bob, I just wanted to actually sort of get one point. Let's assume we have to remove the bridge because of the earthquake, the cost of remediation and dealing with the earthquake risk. Are you saying that the critical thing is to replace the bridge with something which basically does the same job?
Absolutely.
Are there any improvements that, if we were starting again from scratch, what would that be? For a start, I think you're forced into a situation of a bridge. You've either got a bridge or an underpass, because the square doesn't connect to the harbour otherwise. Yeah. The square and the bridge was always a unit. It was one solution. You're taking away half of that. Now, the square has already suffered death by 1,000 cuts. I mean, the important thing is the cultural expression of the place and how it works in the city and the harbour. And we haven't been very kind to that since we built it. Gotcha. Okay, well, I'll certainly read your submission, but thank you very much for coming along.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Miguel Tanogon is our next speaker. Thank you, Miguel.
Good afternoon, honourable councillors. I am Miguel, 26 years of age, and I'm speaking for myself and on behalf of every single Wellingtonians and every New Zealanders as well, regardless of DNA, backgrounds or creeds. I would like to echo out the what Mr. Govey enunciated. That's firstly, the bridge is utterly important, but given its safety and efficiency of people movement when it comes to dare I say, peak hour traffic. I fully support that, and there's a time that I've seen some version of plans assuming the possible demise of the bridge. Well, as I have enunciated that it is a no-brainer to have a bridge from city to sea. The problem is I'm a bit skeptical about it, given the opposition of the Grey Power movement. Prime example was the last 6th of November forum, where some members of the Grey Power as the audience are utterly disgruntled, and I'm also raising concerns about the possible demise, not only the existing bridge, but the historic buildings as well. Like the question is, whoever built the existing bridge, how come that the soil movement was being assessed from the word go, and my concern is with the possible demise of the existing bridge to start with. The question is it really a genuine practicality or something to do with some ideology projects? Because from what I've been hearing, you know, ideologies, this and that, instead of pragmatism. We have been experiencing some problems around town, and alas, Wellington is hanging by a thread. So sorry, I'm not. Apologies, as I'm not a as I haven't mastered the unrivaled. I haven't got the unrivaled mastery of the English language as Sir Winston Churchill does, and I'm not a good orator either as Matua Shane Jones. However, I'm a bit skeptical about the bridge, although I support, of course, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer to have to have that bridge for safety and efficiency of the people movement. Not only for Wellingtonians and for elite few, but for every single, but for New Zealand and every New Zealander, for every New Zealanders. And as the words from Depeche Mode, get the balance right. So I'm open for any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No, it looks like you've made your points very clearly. Thanks, Miguel. Much appreciated. And Catherine Knowsley is our next presenter.
Thank you. My name's Cathy Knowsley. I am an events professional. I'm a health and safety and crowd safety consultant. I've been working on events in Wellington for over 25 years, including for the council. In fact, a lot of my work has been for the council. The likes of Diwali, Rugby World Cup, Matariki, Waitangi Day, Pacifica, New Year's Eve and Civic Square back in the day when we did it for about 10 years. I worked on that event. I've also worked on the waterfront for events with Tawhiri. Currently, I'm the operations manager for Cuba Duper. So I know about events, is basically what that's about. I've just completed my studies, my postgraduate studies from Manchester University in crowd safety and risk analysis. So for me, crowd safety, particularly for events, but just in general, is my passion. I'm also on the board of the Global Crowd Management Alliance, which is an international crowd safety board. I'm excited about the area being revamped, very much so. From an event perspective, it has not been very easy to use of late, so very excited to see the area being developed. But what my submission is about is to urge caution when considering the design and making sure that we do actually incorporate at every element of the design process and the construction how easy it is for events to operate in that space. I'm urging that that you consider flexibility in the spaces, that sometimes we have very, very large gatherings there, the likes of the New Year's Eve, the likes of sort of protest actions, those sorts of things. And sometimes we have very small community events. Most of the time it won't be used for events. It'll be used just for day-to-day, nice place to hang out. But it will be used for events, and even if it's not designed for events, it will be used for events. We don't have a lot of good event spaces that are large, and so having a flexibility with that is very important, and I urge that consulting is done across the events industry when plans are being finalised. Not just at the top levels, but also for those of us who actually are on the ground site managing and know where the power should go, where the water should go, those sort of elements. Flexibility is the key with that. The other point I have is the concerns around the crossing of Jarvis Quay. The bridge, as it currently is good because there isn't really much of an option. It's very hard to go around the bridge. Should you put in a large pedestrian crossing as is proposed and a footbridge, people will not use the footbridge in an event situation. It's human nature that you take the path of least resistance, which is to not go up and over, which is why that other bridge isn't being used very much. So I urge also that you consult with people who know about pedestrian flow, who know about crowd movements, and that that those things are considered from both a regular use perspective or a event perspective. The likes of the Hikoi, just the other day, saw people crossing the road not at crossing points. A lot of people not familiar with the town crossing in dangerous situations. It is a main road, and if I were, with the plans that were being put on, that have been proposed, if I was organising an event, I'd be very concerned about that as a safety element. I can take questions.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Free.
Yeah, that's very interesting that you said people prefer to take across the road at grade rather than go up over a bridge. Do you think if we had a grade crossing there instead of the bridge, that it actually would be a preferred option for people in terms of accessing?
Well, always walk on the flat. If you think of something like the fireworks displays that happen, as soon as that's finished, people move away. They're going back to their apartments or whatever. They're not going to go up and over if they've got the opportunity to just go across flat. That's human nature. That's crowd science.
Can I ask a follow-up question? What does a pedestrian, in your view, what does pedestrian crossing need to be like to be safe for quite a volume of people?
I don't know that I've got time.
Oh, okay.
But I do urge you to consult with people who know that sort of thing. The main thing is that things are considered within it, like hostile vehicle mitigation, so that people can't drive off the road onto the waterfront or onto the square, so that there are bollards and those sorts of things put in there. But it would be just the human nature of waiting for a crossing.
Kathy, sorry, we've got one more question and you've only got a few seconds. So, Councillor Randall, do you have something you wanted to ask? Oh, you're okay. No, thanks very much. I think.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you managed to cope with State Highway number 1 running through Cuba Duper, so I'm sure you can. No.
It doesn't come without its challenges.
No, exactly.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. James Barber is our next person. He's online.
Hey, Modi ora tātou. Is this clear?
Very clear, thank you.
Yep, ka pai tēnā. Okay, sweet. E te tuatahi e rere ana te mihi ki a koutou mo tēnei wānanga wawa. Like, you are in a very unenviable position, and I hope other people have been expressing that as well. I am really glad that I am not sitting in one of your seats at the moment.
We're paid to be here, you're not, so, it's not that bad.
Yeah, that's true. Tika tau. I'm paid to be where I am at the moment. We all have memories of the bridge, like I think I was 5 when it was open, so I have no memory of it not being there. But, cities change and you guys have the difficult decision to make about whether or not to keep it. I do hope that those who are steadfastly campaigning to keep it in its current form are also not moaning about rates increases and things like that, because you guys have to think about the fiscal situation of the council. The one thing I would say, and I'm probably allowed to say this and you guys can't, is that I hope you are discussing the option of taking the risk, simply because there are so many earthquake issues in this city, and it is being beleaguered not by bike lanes, but by a vast number of earthquake strengthening issues, both public and private. And that is a massive problem for the city, and you guys are having to shoulder a massive burden because of that. The key point, I would say, is that the one thing I would strongly oppose is development of the green space in Jack Islet Green, because there isn't enough green space in the city. That has been clearly identified in the Green Network Plan and the plans around that, which I understand is possibly being delayed as a result of other discussions you have to have. And so I would say that that's extra emphasis for keeping what green space there is at the moment. The issue with foot traffic and people staying in the square, of course, has nothing to do with the absence of a shop in the Jack Islet Green. You all know why there's no one in the square at the moment. The final thing to do with the Jack Islet Green, if there was one thing we can remove, can we please remove that ridiculous Soviet-style memorial to rugby and perhaps move it somewhere else, please?
What have you got against the Soviets?
If it could be relocated somewhere else, that would be the main thing I would say. You guys are in a very unenviable position. I look forward to seeing Simeon Brown's face if you end up having to just put in a raised crossing on the quays. I would pay money to see that. Yeah, kia ora koutou, those are my thoughts.
He's volunteered to come along and open it. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, thanks so much for that, James. My question was around the green space that you talked about, and I guess the question that I had was, is it the particular green space and location of Jack Elliott Green that you would like to retain, or is it kind of the essence of continuing to retain the green space more generally?
No, Jack Elliott Green is in a terrible position for green space because there's green space just across the road. The point is that there is at the moment a huge lack of green space. The Green Network Plan has identified the areas where there are lacks of green space. I get that the Civic Square is not actually that bit, but seeing as it's taking so long to progress things to do with green space in the city, seeing as it's quite possible that the implementation of bits of the Green Network Plan are going to be further delayed due to other decisions you have to make, I think it would be good to factor that in.
Fantastic.
And keep what you can of the existing green spaces.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, point.
No other questions? No, actually, that's really interesting. Thanks very much for that point, actually. So we have...
All right.
Yep, thanks very much, James. We have Jane Black, and Jane is speaking both on behalf of the Wellington Sculpture Trust and on behalf of herself. So she and Neil could have 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Special
I'll
privilege.
speak with them in turn, not as one. Supported here by Neil Plimmer, who's the past chair of the Wellington Sculpture Trust, and it's great to see Tanya Ashkin here as well, who was our first artist 40 years ago. The Wellington Sculpture Trust has a special interest in the future development of Tanako, with its long involvement in the commissioning and gifting of sculptures to the city, a prime example being Neil Dawson's Ferns in the Civic Square. Our work contributes strongly to the sense of place of Wellington, how residents and visitors relate to and how they see themselves represented in the places of Wellington. We therefore have an interest in the shape and development of spaces in places and how they support functioning enjoyment of the city. The development of the Civic Centre in the late 1980s was the culmination of many years of planning to establish a civic heart for the city. It brought together a collection of buildings, existing and new, to shape and provide containment to a space that would fulfil the functions of a civic square. A significant component of the design was the inclusion of commissioned art, much of which was commissioned to reflect the bicultural nature of the city. 3 senior Māori artists at the height of their careers were commissioned to provide a narrative of navigation and arrival. A significant budget was applied to the project allocated specifically for the art to be included in the square. A committee led by Anathfield Roger Shan, Rewi Thompson, was formed to oversee the commissioning of these works, and on opening there were 5 works with a further 4 to be added. The square was until recently a well-used and much-loved civic heart used for the start and end of processions and demonstrations, events from arts to sport, a sheltered and popular lunch spot, and a place for pop-ups and spontaneous activities. It was a place to meet people by design and accident, as a place to cross as part of a journey, as much as a place to gather. The bridge was integral to the narrative of the square. It provided both a strong connection between the city and the waterfront and a frame on the eastern edge of the square. It functioned as a ceremonial link to the city, a high point from which to descend to the square and as a stage at the head of the space. What is lost with the proposed demolition of the bridge is not only the artworks, but it also removes a key part of the square and will change the character and functioning of the space. The square will lack the containment at its eastern edge, lose the drama of the rise from the sea to the apex overlooking the square and the descent into the heart of the precinct. A proposed wide pedestrian crossing across what is Wellington's second north-south connector, a four-lane dual carriageway, is proposed to replace this significant piece of urban architecture, design and art. The proposed new bridge linking the precinct with the waterfront in the direction of Te Papa not only does not enrich the square, but equally spoils another public space around St John's. The result of these proposals is that the square is replaced by a passageway between buildings and secondary spaces that leak out at its eastern edge to the road and the waterfront beyond. One of our concerns is that the proposed options do not address or deliver the qualities that the existing City to Sea Bridge and the square currently provide as outlined. These options do not provide for the sense of arrival, connection and containment essential to the functioning and narrative of the square and its link to the waterfront. This is a great loss to the civic precinct and the role it plays in the public life of the city. It must remain the heart of our city and continue to be a place to reflect our culture and community. In our experience, it has proved an invaluable place for temporary art installations, including Quasi, which went on Sunday, and Changing Spaces, a sculpture walk developed by trustee Sue Elliott and Jenny Nelligan. Public art must be integral to the new design and budget must be allocated for these purposes. The artworks were an integral part of the design of the bridge and the square, telling the story of arrival. Additional works were added. The artworks that are an integral part of the design of the civic square will be removed, and I have listed these down, which you'll be familiar with. And we acknowledge those that have already been removed, such as Chris Booth's Silent People, Charlotte Fisher's The Pools, and Robert Franken's paintings that were in the pools. The paving on the bridge was also part of the narrative of the design of the bridge and square. Rewi Thompson designed the concept of the fishing line of Maui into the paving pattern linking the city to the sea, and this too will be lost. Neil Dawson's Ferns, a sculpture trust donated work, will be removed as part of the demolition. It's essential that that is reinstated. What place in the redevelopment will there be for these works within a new or renewed narrative for the space where that's appropriate? We consider that the qualities of the existing square, its connections to the waterfront, its narrative through design and art, and its ability to function as civic space are not addressed through the focused areas identified in the plan, nor in the proposed options. We consider that further thought needs to be given to the design of the civic precinct to ensure these qualities are not lost. The design, layout and artwork are an integral part of design, and they need to continue to tell the story of this place and its connection to the sea. It must ensure that the precinct continues to be a place people are drawn to, gather in and feel a clearly defined census place, a place for all people. I'm going to quickly move into mine because I'm just over time. I'm an urban planner from Wellington. I'm also a co-signatory to the submission that was made by a joint group of professionals. And so my concerns in relation to the Civic Square and the City to Sea Bridge are those that have been expressed by the Sculpture Trust, so I'm not going to repeat those. I think the effect of the removal of the bridge, it's the functionality of the square, the design, its role for containment, its role as an entrance and connection city to sea. I will add that while I have not chosen one of the options you're putting forward, I'll comment on some of the elements that are common to all. In all options, the design of the open space lacks a cohesive strategy, in my view. What are the functions of these large spaces, and what is the main civic space? Where are all the pathways going, and what's their purpose? This design concept needs to start from the first principles of what it is trying to achieve as a civic space, rather than that it feels at the moment to me that it's making up space left over once the buildings are in place. Now, I'm sure that's not the intention, but when I look at the proposals, I can't see a cohesive strategy around the space. While I appreciate the design of the buildings and all options are placeholders, the scale appears too domineering in the space. Consideration needs to be given to how these buildings relate and contribute to the precinct as a whole. In the images provided, the buildings don't contribute to the surrounding spaces, albeit that the spaces and most importantly a main civic space are ill-designed themselves. The buildings instead appear to be plonked on the sites without much thought given to their contribution to the precinct. Now that's, as you know, they're placeholders, and I accept that there'll be a lot more work to do on that. The Michael Fowler Centre cannot be demolished. It's a major cultural institution in the city, and particularly in the civic precinct. As a side issue, that this apparently poses an earthquake risk highlights again the need for a wider discussion on the level of risk that we as a community are prepared to live with. Perhaps the government review of earthquake risk and how we manage it provides some reasoning on this issue. I'm concerned that there are the three focus areas that are identified in the Taunako redevelopment plan. I'm concerned that the qualities of the civic precinct, including the square, the functions of the buildings, and their relationship with the civic space and its link with the waterfront, are not addressed through these focus areas and in the proposed options. I consider that further thought needs to be given to the design of the civic precinct and discussion with the community to ensure these qualities are not lost. And as I said, I'm also a signatory to the Urban Environment Professional submission, and I support their suggested process for greater citizen engagement as we develop this, because of the wide interest and a feeling that 3 options have been put there, but they don't really, we're not sure what the strategy behind it was, and that we feel that a more of a citizen engagement would assist the process along the way. Thank you for that.
Any questions? Well, up, Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much, Jane. Talking about greater citizen engagement, did you go to the meeting that we had at Shared 6 a couple of weeks ago?
Yes, I did.
What did you think of that type of engagement? Do you think that was adequate for getting responses from citizens?
No, it was totally inadequate. It was unfortunate. There was a room full of very well-informed people, people who have been around the Civic Centre, as I have, for many years and been involved in it. I think that any engagement needs to be at a meaningful level, and people need to be listened to and not controlled in the way that was. I think it was a very unsatisfactory outcome for the people attending, and probably for the people who were running that meeting, because I suspect they didn't get as much feedback as they needed. They certainly didn't get what we would have liked for them to have got.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, that looks like it. So thanks very much for your submission. Thank you, Neil. Tanya Ashkin, I think, is next. Thank you.
Right, thanks. Well, Wellington City Councillors, I come not to praise you, but to chastise you. Many speakers will be speaking out to you about the potential ways that we can do to strengthen and preserve the City Sea Bridge. It's not my position to do that. You have all the experts here who can talk to you about that. I'm a Londoner, and in December 1963, my husband, the artist John Drawbridge, brought me here to Wellington. We came on the Northern Star and were on board the ship when President Kennedy was shot on November the 11th, 1963. Do you remember that? I hated this godforsaken place, and a year later had to decide whether I loved the man or my country more. I stayed, but it took me 17 years to tolerate it. I decided the rest of the world had gone down the drain so much that New Zealand wasn't such a bad place after all. Actually, it wasn't until Michael Fowler became mayor, that was 1974, 82, that Wellington began to come alive and become a city. In the early 80s, that was. It is the only city in New Zealand, a small one, but a city nevertheless. Old cities in the world have centuries with layers of buildings and structures that make them the vibrant places they are. We have only decades and must preserve them and not destroy them like you are doing. I have enjoyed standing in the Civic Centre and been able to pick out the decades of the 20th century, starting with the Town Hall, 1904, then the old library building, now the City Gallery, that was 1940, fortunately saved. 1951, the Municipal Office Building, due now for demolition, I believe. The Michael Fowler Centre of 1983. And there was an old building in front of it. Some of you may, that was there in 1986, because this postcard was made in 1986. That building was obviously demolished. In 1991, the new library was built and thankfully has now been saved from demolition. The Civic Centre, as we know it now, was created in 1990-92 when the administration block was built. That has now been demolished, the newest one of the lot, unbelievably. The new library came in 1991 and again, thankfully saved. By the way, my sculpture Albatross was made in 1986. The City to Sea Bridge was built in 1993 and became the link between the city and the waterfront. It is more than just a bridge. It is the waterfront. You can embrace the harbour and the sea from there in a way that is not possible from the mere pedestrian crossings that you have in mind across Jervois Quay. You stand on that bridge and you see the sea and you see the harbour and it embraces it. There's only a short bit, a narrow piece of land between once you get over onto that side, what you can just see, but from the bridge you can feel it all. It's like it welcomes you. It is also more important. It is more than just a superbly functional. It is a work of art, too. One little snippet of history made by Wellington, incidental, is that in 1970, Queen Elizabeth made her first public walkabout in the world, in the Civic Centre. I saw that because John's parents lived in Jellicoe Towers at the time. I looked right down onto Civic Square, and I can remember the Queen and Princess Anne walking around there, even what they were wearing. So,
Tanya, you've
momentous history for Wellington.
You've run through your time. Have you got any final points you'd like to make?
Sorry, have I finished? Oh well, shall I stop now or shall I go on? There's not much. I've gone. It's that every city in the world has buildings and structures that are unique to them. Here, the Beehive stands out, and the City to Sea Bridge is quintessential Wellington. The old St Paul's Cathedral is also a very special building, and it was only saved from being destroyed in the early 1960s by some very eminent people. Perhaps that's unbelievable now, but is it? I mean, you seem hell-bent on destroying buildings and structures that make our city special. And the latest, after the City to Sea Bridge, is, unbelievable or not, the Begonia House.
Thanks very much, Tanya. You have definitely run through your time. But
anyway, what I just say to you all is, it's shame on you. You really have to think all this.
No, fair enough too. Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Liz Cowie. Thank you, Liz.
Kia ora koutou, katoa. I've actually got a presentation. Is it possible to load it? And then don't bother about looking at me. You can look at the screen. Thank you for the opportunity to come to speak to you today. Oh, is it possible to get that up on the, perhaps on, is that, hopefully you can see that all right.
Yep.
I wanted to come to speak to you today outside the constraints of the submission form. I'm focusing on the bridge, and it's a bit of a spoiler alert there. You can see what my main argument is. I would like to make some more general points too, though, about what matters to me about our civic centre that also apply to other parts of Tinako. Central Wellington is a place that I live, so I'm speaking to you as a resident. I live here, I work here, I write here, I walk my dog, I mostly socialise here, and I hang out a lot. It matters to me to live in a city that has a heart, a focal point, a place that I can point out to visitors as a centre of town. We've had that in Tinako, however imperfect, and I would like to see a more integrated and holistic approach to what the precinct will be and do, as I think other people have said today. I understand that credible experts dispute the council's grounds for demolition in the first place. Technically, in terms of engineering assessments, architecture, geotechnical, timing-wise in terms of the current review of earthquake-prone building regulations, fiscally in terms of the cost of repair versus demolition. So why rush to do it will be my question. You're not doing this on my behalf. Please take time to carefully consider the judgments of different experts who may be telling you something different. Perhaps you've got other reasons for wanting to be rid of it. So I offer you my point of view as a Wellington resident. I would like to speak to you about what it is about both the forms and the functions of this bridge that should be preserved. So what is the bridge? The structure isn't just a mechanism to cross a busy road, though it is that for people of varying abilities and disabilities, but it is so much more. As others have said more eloquently than me, it's a series of artworks which succeed because they were specifically designed for this site, offered to us, the Wellington residents, and the world, in fact, by notable artists and architects, and poetry that particularly speaks to this part of Wellington. That part of Wellington, not this one. It represents some of the Māori legends of this place, a rare opportunity in our city to be a talking point for children and for visitors. It's also a tiny park, you can see, in its own right, providing space to walk, sit and lie. As a form, numbers of people have remarked that while it's common in Asia and even other earthquake-prone countries like Japan to have pedestrian ways that go up and over and separate out the traffic from pedestrians, nowhere matches the way that this marries access to art. So functionally, what use is it to me? So I'll tell you, the bridge is so much more than a bridge for me, although I walk up and over it with my dog quite a lot. Like all well-designed civic structures, it performs a range of functions. Please don't just reduce it to a road crossing. It breaks down the barrier that the quay forms between the city and sea. It invites a pedestrian across rather than just grudgingly letting them cross the busy and dangerous road every so often when the green person flashes. For me, an apartment dweller, in many ways the city is my living room, and this is my favourite armchair in it. In case you're tempted to think, oh, there goes yet another grey-haired entitled baby boomer kicking up a fuss about progress, I checked with my 28-year-old son what his view was of a bridge that had been there since before he was born. He said, yeah, I'd be pretty sad. It's been there for ages and he feels it's unique. It's a great place to sit and think. The city will be worse for it. So it's loved by at least a couplet of young and old, and in fact you can see as well in the background there a little dog who all like to sit quietly and stare at the sea and muse in the middle of a busy city.
It's a huge dog.
But I'd like to make a more general point, before I go on, about this and other places in Te Ngākau. A city as small as ours really does resemble in many ways a living room. In a living room we have photos and objects around us that are cues visual cues that help to locate us in the human tide at this particular moment in history. I've got old teacups and an armchair at home. For me, and I can touch them and use them as my forebears once did, whether I loved or hated those people, really. Things like this are important because they tell us that even these times won't last forever, and they help us to savour the present even more. You are the custodians of the living room and the new and old things in it. Please reconsider what you're contemplating destroying on our behalf. And I'll just leave you with a, quote by an urban designer. Be deliberate about who and what you're inviting and what you're inviting them to. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any? We've run out of time. Sorry. Yeah, we've run. But thanks very much. Thanks. We now have a break for 10 minutes. If anyone would like a snack or go to the wharepaku. discussion. So, of course, some of us, not Councillor Abdul Rahman, are pretty keen to get away to the bar. So, so we, sorry, okay, not all of us. It's Friday afternoon. How long is it before 5 o'clock? No, but so Rhonda Fitzpatrick, I think you're next. We would welcome you. You might ask the others behind you to, sit down and be quiet, and then we can listen to you. Thanks very much.
You ready for me to start?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. The stark reality that Wellington is facing is that we are running out of money fast. We cannot afford non-essential projects and services and grandiose designs. An increasing number of ratepayers cannot afford the current rate increases and certainly not the year-on-year increases to come. This is not the time to be going ahead with expensive redevelopments like the Civic Square. You cannot keep on spending ratepayers' money on non-essential things. Council needs to trim the nice-to-haves, reduce the scope and design of projects, delay others, and stop doing activities that are not core local services. Those non-core services include social housing and climate change, both of which are central government responsibilities. We ratepayers have been hit twice for them, once with our income taxes and again with our rates. There is no point in having a pretty city if no one can afford to live in it and enjoy it. Let's look at the redesign of the Civic Square with a price tag of around 50 mil. It is full of wants. For example, all the proposals include the demolition of the City to Sea Bridge, a key asset. This bridge provides priority pedestrian access and linkages between multiple event areas. It gives an excellent elevated view of the harbour, Frank Park, the lagoon, Civic Square and Jervois Quay, so that people can see what events are happening in the various areas and where they may wish to go to next. Or they can just stay put, enjoying the fabulous views of all the activities from the bridge. The bridge is also a prominent and good meeting place for both locals and visitors. The City to Sea Bridge provides exceptional priority access for pedestrians that a street-level pedestrian crossing across a busy arterial transport route can never come close to. It has been suggested that the bridge may be prone to damage in the event of an above-moderate earthquake, something greater than the earthquakes, the Kaikoura earthquakes, that cause no damage. The main risk anticipated is that in an above-moderate earthquake, that there will be lateral spread of the Jervois Quay roadway out into the lagoon. Let's repeat that. The main risk to the bridge comes from the lateral spread of the Jervois Quay roadway out into the lagoon. Jervois Quay, an essential arterial and emergency transport route that is at risk of falling into the sea in an above-moderate earthquake event. Wow, that sounds like a serious risk to a key transport infrastructure route that needs to be addressed ahead of the multiple optional projects and non-core and non-essential services like social housing upgrades and green waste collection. In fact, just maybe, work should halt on the Civic Square redesign and resources should be redirected to assessing and doing the work needed to strengthen the lagoon seawall and Jervois Quay. Ensuring the integrity of Jervois Quay should be priority work for our ratepayers' money, way ahead of nice-to-haves and the wants. If, as a byproduct of that work, it also strengthens the foundation of the City to Sea Bridge, well, that would be awesome. The bridge's security would then be further enhanced, if required, by filling the Capital E building with sand or some other cheaper option. Extending the life of this existing asset may be far cheaper than any of the alternatives currently proposed once the risk to Jervois Quay has been addressed. The sad reality is that there are too many critical infrastructure and essential services requiring priority funding and resources over the next few years. Wellington ratepayers just cannot afford to pay for the nice-to-haves and grandiose designs of the basics. Plus, they're not really needed because it is the simple things in life that are the best. For example, the Civic Square just needs to be an open space with natural sunlight, somewhere to sit and chat with friends or to congregate for an event. Some grass and trees with fresh air, but with some areas also protected from strong winds, rain and summer sun would be great. It would become an area that events could book with minimal risk of being cancelled due to weather conditions. This would then become a very vibrant, affordable and key activity area for a range of events. It is the people that make Wellington vibrant, not over-designed and grandiose artificial landscapes and structures. It is the people, but first they must be able to afford to live here. So, slash the budget, sort out the needs from the wants, keep rate rises under 3%, and the people will once again make Wellington the best capital city in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? So it looks like we've run out of time, actually, so sorry about that. Jackie Wilkinson is online. Jackie, it's your turn to speak. Tell us, what do you think?
Thank you. Kia ora, kia ora. My name's Jackie Wilkinson, and I'm a business owner running guided tours in Whanganui-a-Tara, Wellington. Our business has been hosting international visitors to Wellington for 10 years. During that time, our team have learned a lot about how visitors to Wellington interact with the city and how they move about. Our guided walking tours in particular have provided us with key insights about how people move around the city on foot and also by bicycle, as for a period before the pandemic we also ran very popular guided bike tours of Wellington City as well. The City to Sea Bridge has been a key highlight for the tens of thousands of visitors we've hosted on our tours. It is one of the most photographed public artworks in the city, and many visitors have commented to us how beautiful and intriguing the structure is, particularly when we discuss the stories associated with the artwork and the artist who created it. For them, the City to Sea Bridge is more than a bridge. It's a story, it's an artwork, and it's part of Brand Wellington, the creative capital. Of course, in more practical terms, the City to Sea Bridge is also a vital pedestrian walkway, linking the heart of the Wellington Business District with key visitor attractions such as Te Papa and the Waterfront Walkway. For visitors unfamiliar with Wellington, the current design of this area allows people to intuitively move from the waterfront to the Civic Square, the arts venues, and the surrounding retail and hospitality businesses. Many visitors to Wellington are unaware they've actually crossed a bridge until you point it out to them. The walk is interesting, safe, and much more importantly, seamless. If the City to Sea Bridge is removed, that all disappears with it. The seamless connectivity, the artwork, the storytelling. The City to Sea Bridge is not just a bridge, and it will be a huge mistake for council to consider it as such. The existing structure can't be replaced by a pedestrian crossing. It can't be replaced by a standard bridge. That is, of course, unless it's planned as carefully as the existing structure was, with proper design and proper consideration for how people move through spaces that are unfamiliar to them. If the existing structure is demolished and replaced by a pedestrian crossing, it's likely that we'll stop walking visitors into the heart of the business district this way. And it's also likely that most visitors walking by themselves will no longer walk that way either. Why? Because it's simply more intuitive and interesting to keep walking down the waterfront, which means you avoid the hospitality and retail businesses in the heart of the city. A pedestrian crossing on a main arterial road like Jervois Quay is simply an unattractive prospect when a more pleasant waterfront route beckons. If Wellington wants to continue being known as the creative capital, the capital of cool, and all the other arty phrases that have been associated with the city over the past 30 years when the City to Sea Bridge was first built, this must be a key consideration for Wellington Council. My fear is if we allow this structure to be demolished without a well-designed and well-thought-through replacement, we're essentially also destroying Wellington's position as the capital for the arts and removing a vital link for visitors to open their wallets and spend their dollars with the businesses of the city that so desperately needs this support. Please think through this decision carefully. This isn't just a question of practicality. After all, the City to Sea Bridge is not just a bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Has anyone got any questions? Nope. Looks like your points are very clearly made. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brianna Greeny is next, please.
Kia ora koutou. Ko tēnei tāku mihi ki ngā tangata whenua o te rohine, ka mihi hoki oki ngā tohu o te rohine, no reira tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Brianna aho. Our public spaces bind us to the past, present, and the future. The development of Te Ngākau Precinct is an opportunity to represent the past, meet the needs of people right now, and safeguard our future. We can create places where all communities feel safe, welcome, where they can express their culture and identity and spend time with others. I support demolishing the City to Sea Bridge as per option 1. Jarvis Quay severs the city and the harbour, which makes it harder for people to connect with their environment and other people. The pedestrian crossing will improve direct access to the harbour and would make it easier for people with disabilities to cross the street. The pedestrian crossing opens up space for more greenery and landscaping that will provide a calming place where people can relax. Te Ngākau Precinct is already well used by people eating their lunch, visiting the art gallery, and exploring the city. And living in a dense part of town and working in the city, it's important for me to have green space for my mental health. In terms of logistics of the project, I support option 1, because funding is already budgeted for, and standard designs for pedestrian crossings would speed up project delivery. I support aspects of scenario 2, maximise green space, and 3, more commercial activity. From scenario 2, I support landscaping Jack Illick Green and replacing the bridge with a pedestrian crossing. By 2050, it's projected that 7 in 10 people will live in a city. This means that our green spaces will be more important than ever, increasing biodiversity, reducing the stress of city life and noise, providing shade, reducing the urban heat island effect, and making nature more accessible to all people. From scenario 3, I support replacing the Michael Fowler Centre with a new building and adding a large extension to the City Gallery to create a sheltered laneway. As a proud queer woman, I experience the city differently. I'm hyper aware of who is around me in public space and how I'm perceived. Homophobic and sexual harassment is common in Aotearoa, and especially in public space and on transport, but it doesn't have to be this way. My vision for Te Ngākau is that it's a vibrant place where all kinds of people hang out, where there's lots to do at different times of day, and I don't necessarily have to pay to experience something new. The new building is mixed use with housing, businesses, and recreational space. It represents our diverse community through murals and specific spaces for them to gather and connect, whether that's a rainbow room, a youth hangout space, or something else. The research also backs this up. As from ERIP's Queering Public Space report, for LGBTQIA+ people to feel safe, there needs to be activity in the city during the day and at night. They need ambient layered lighting to feel safe and specific spaces for their community. In summary, I support option 1 in aspects of both scenario 2 and 3. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou for allowing me to share my kōrero. I welcome any pātai.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews has a question for you.
Kia ora, Brianna. I guess we've heard quite a lot from people today who can't see that Te Ngākau could be better than it currently is. And I guess you're telling us that you think it could be better, and like what specifically do you think could make it better than it is right now?
That's a great question. I think having that more representation of the communities that live in Wellington. I think especially with demolishing the bridge, you could use those aspects from the bridge to re-represent that through into the square. I think that's a really cool opportunity. Thank you. Thanks for the question.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. You made some great points. I'm just wondering, though, about removing the bridge, how crossing 4 lanes of traffic with lots of polluting cars would sort of help with people's experience of the city?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the bridge is a really awesome experience for people because it lifts them up above that congestion. I think removing the bridge, I think for me it's more about the accessibility of it. Having it at grade makes it easier for people with wheelchairs, and it's a lot more of a direct space. That's what I got to say.
Great, thanks very much. We've run out of time, so thank you very much for your submission. And our next is Derek McCorkindale.
Thank you. I have a slide. There we go. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. The Civic Square City to Sea Bridge, I'm opposed to both options as they cost too much money. The ratepayers of Wellington cannot afford them. Even if there is 30 million budgeted in the long-term plan, this is a plan which requires multiple double-digit rates increases, and that is not acceptable to the ratepayers of Wellington or affordable. I support the do-nothing option. The risks are overstated. The ratepayers of Wellington live with risk every second of the day. A 1 in 1,000 year risk of a single fatality is a risk we should all live with. Liquefaction is said to be a risk for the arterial route of Jervois Quay, but there's still Victoria Street, Willis Street, Bulcott Street, the terrace for emergency vehicles to use. The new building standard earthquake code should not apply to the City to Sea Bridge. It's not a workplace, it's not a residential structure, it is an elevated pathway and plaza. Push back on the code, get an exemption, or treat it as an exception. The MB guidance is presumably not legally binding on the council. The wider Civic Square precinct do not spend any more of the ratepayers' money until completion of the currently contracted works. Revisit in February 26 when several projects, library, city gallery, have been completed. What happened there? Financial management. The mayor, the councillors, the officers of this council need a reboot. Different mindset, cultural change. There's little or no evidence that the ratepayers are put first in any decisions when it comes to spending our money. Try replacing the word council with the ratepayers of Wellington. Every time there's reference to spending money, borrowing money, investing money. Is our money, your money, my money, or borrowed money? Take a drastic approach to rate setting. Freeze rates next year and see what can be spent to deliver a zero deficit. Or secondly, propose a rates increase of only the CPI. See what can be spent. Rates must not be the balancing figure. Expenses, take a blowtorch to costs. Challenge every item. Cancel, defer, reconfigure projects. Reduce costs through amalgamation, consolidation of Super City. There are 5 councils, Greater Wellington, Wellington, Upper Hutt, Lower Hutt, Porirua. 60 councillors. Have 17 in a super city and save the cost of 43 councillors, which at 100,000 each is 4.3 million a year, and over the 10-year long-term plan, $43 million of savings. 5 chief executives, Wellington, 514,000. Regional Council, 433,000. Upper Hutt, 322. Lower Hutt, 422. Porirua, 388,000. $2 million of chief executives reduced to 1, save 1.5 million. Over 10 years, that's 15 million. And then there's 5 CFOs, 5 CEOs, chief planners, etc. The duplication is hideous. And if you don't take the high ground and take the lead, then I hope central government will bring this about. Now, ratepayers' subsidies of taxpayers. The Crown pays no rates, so Wellington ratepayers are the most disadvantaged in the country. Talk to central government. Lobby the PM, the MPs, the ministers. Ratepayers of Wellington should not be subsidising the taxpayers of New Zealand. Embassies pay rates, but they get a refund. If that's a cost to ratepayers, this must be addressed. Does Government House pay rates? Social housing. Why should the ratepayers of Wellington have the dubious honour of being the second largest residential property investor in the country? Social housing is a central government responsibility. How many other councils have social housing portfolio? And if this portfolio is still a drain on the ratepayers of Wellington, then this must stop. Sell the portfolio to Kāinga. Lazy balance sheet. Akutangi, ASB Stadium. Takina Convention Centre. Tanakau Civic Square. Did iwi pay the ratepayers of Wellington for these naming rights? No, they gifted them to the city. Did anyone on council or around this table try and generate revenue from these naming rights? These are ratepayers' assets, make them work for ratepayers. Think commercially. Build it and they will come. On a positive note, do everything possible to assist Sir Peter Jackson's Museum of Film. Get it done. Assign your best planner to enable the smoothest, quickest execution of this significant project and thereby cement in the creative capital brand. The ratepayers of Wellington own one of the most desirable waterfront development sites in Australasia, known as the Transition Site on the eastern side of Te Papa. It's being used as a car park and a Sunday market. The opportunity is there to build the Guggenheim of the South Pacific. Reach out to the super rich to fund in partnership with central government and bring the National Art Gallery to Wellington before Auckland steals it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your time has actually elapsed, so we'll have to. We'll have. Okay, Capital. We'll give Councillor. No, one last question over here. One first. And
thank you for your submission. Since you said some of the things, I just want you to educate me in some areas. This is related to the naming. If the Maori should pay for calling Takina, how much do you think the Crown should pay for calling Aotearoa New Zealand?
I don't think the Crown should be paying anything. The name of this country is New Zealand, Aotearoa, both names. No money changes hands.
Great, thanks very much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Dunn. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. I'm a landscape architect and resident of Wellington. I don't support any of the proposed development options put forward. I'm a signatory to the submission of urban professionals presented by Adam Flowers. My view is that the proposed development does not give a well-designed civic space that is there now. It is currently defined by surrounding buildings and steps of the City to Sea Bridge, which should be retained. Bridge giving a sense of place and a civic precinct. In the past, I've objected to new buildings on open space at the waterfront and Frank Kitts Park, and I fully support creating green open space in the central city. But in my view, a civic space that caters for large gatherings as well as casual recreation should be the brief. The proposed development option is a meandering walkway through forest without acknowledging existing cultural or civic purpose. In essence, what is there is a sense of space for events, and we only need to discuss what replaces the buildings that are currently being demolished. Replacing those buildings with a linking element around the perimeter is needed, be it a low, narrow public building, covered walkway, stepped grass terraces with an edge of tree planting. A tall commercial building dripping with greenery that occupies the whole footprint is not needed. From my experience, the cost to construct and commit to maintenance of green walls and green roofs is not achievable in Wellington. Landscape is often the first to go in any development. So I ask Council to reconsider the demolition of the City to Sea Bridge and reconsider development options to enhance what is currently a notable civic urban space, which is predominantly hardscape. This doesn't need a full makeover.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for that. So there's been a constant calls for more green spaces. The Jack Islet Green might be seen not to work so well. How would you do it as a landscape architect?
Specifically, the Islet Green?
Oh, no, just anywhere, if you were going to put more green space in apart from the AstroTurf.
Well, in this development of the civic space, you could give some additional green space along those edges where the buildings are being demolished, but not occupy the whole space with development. And so I think, and there's also the suggestion of the arts and music space. Well, perhaps they could be accommodated in a narrow building that is a narrow footprint, but not necessarily the full patch that is being exposed from the demolition.
Councillor Free.
I am interested if you have any thoughts on how to make the current square more inviting. Sometimes people go in there to eat lunch, but would there be obvious ways from a landscape point of view that you could improve on what we've currently got?
Well, the fact that where the buildings are being demolished, that's the northern edge, north-facing aspect of it. I'd look to develop that edge for whether it's eateries or engagements, and providing, could be grass terraces or things to give that space to sit around, informal recreation, as well as some greenery.
Yeah, sure.
You did start to talk about Jack Islet Green. Do you?
Oh, yeah. I think sort of pocket parks around the place are valuable, so I wouldn't like to see a budding on that.
Do you think the current, there would be improvements we could make to make that a little bit more inviting as well?
Yeah, perhaps, well, it has got separation from the Jervois Quay. Yeah, it's hard to say.
I put you on the spot, but I was just interested.
Yeah.
That looks like all the questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Geraldine Murphy and Stephen King are our next two presenters.
Kia ora, Reverend Stephen King here as Chair of Inner City Wellington. Briefly, we as Inner City Wellington query the wisdom of covering the current demolition site at the entrance to Nanako with two large commercial buildings. One, there is a continual recognition of the need for more open space that provides utility to inner city residents. We always get a positive feedback on that from you when we're here. The fact that those buildings are now down, and the fact that the proposal to put two large buildings to cover the whole space seems to be a proposal that comes from a different time, before the nature of work changed, before the current economic situation in the city is as it is. We think that there is a once in a generation opportunity to make a decision that would create a more active edge or a greener space, a more useful space at the centre of Tanako. And so we would strongly encourage council to consider more creatively the options that are available to them in the utilisation of that space currently.
Kia ora koutou, Geraldine Murphy. I'm the seismic spokesperson for Inner City Wellington. ICW doesn't support either of the proposed options for City to Sea Bridge. We want a bridge to be the primary access point for pedestrians between Tunako and the waterfront, and for that bridge to be in that place rather than have any primary pedestrian crossing in that space. And we want to, WCC must wait for the outcomes of the seismic risk mitigate management review, the earthquake prone legislation review that's currently just getting started. We have to wait for the outcome, council has to wait for the outcome of that review before making any decisions on the impact for capital E or the bridge, and whether or not they are structurally integrated, because that seems to be a matter of dispute as well. So that's where we'd like to have some questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Paddock.
So the green space would mean not getting so many commercial proceeds if we didn't go ahead with a building, and obviously some money for landscaping. So you're happy as an association that as a financial outcome. And how would you like the green space to be used as well?
Odd question. You're saying that you would get less than the forecasted commercial return. I'd be interested to know what precinct are talking about putting up there. Do we need two great big office buildings, given that there is a dearth of office space in the city at the moment? Or maybe we don't, so what will the commercial return be? Maybe we need some more apartment buildings. And sure, maybe that's what they're thinking about. Maybe we need multi-storey retail. I mean, I just queried the reality of your commercial return judgment that you will get from whatever precinct is going to try and develop there. I mean, you can imagine it as much as I can and kind of scratch your head as to what is the genius idea there. So for us, we are not landscape designers, but what we do advocate for is for space that provides utility to our residents. Not just places to eat your sandwiches at lunchtime, because when everyone's had their lunch and gone home, inner city residents, which is still the largest residential community in the city, as I always remind you, we're still here. And that's one of the other reasons why we are opposing the removal of the bridge and replacing it with a pedestrian crossing. There is utility to people on that bridge space that you cannot get on a pedestrian crossing. People sit there, they visit there, you can sit out of the wind there, you know. You'll get in trouble if you try and do any of those things on a pedestrian crossing across the quays.
Councillor Rogers has a question for you.
Yeah, my question particularly about that green space in the western side. Would you be kind of like, I guess, open to a compromise, like if we negotiated with Precinct to bring back perhaps the frontage of that building so that there was more of an opening into the civic square, or is the kind of priority the retention of the whole lot?
Of course, everything is a negotiation, isn't it? Our primary query and our primary point whenever we talk about green space is utility. So no more sandwich spaces, no more little helicopter landing pads of greenness. We would point the council to the fact that you sometimes refer to open space as parks, and there's not actually anything green at all. It's concrete and it's raised concrete planters. And so for us, it's about utility. So absolutely, if Precinct could come up with it, we would be interested in looking at that. But again, I challenge the council to consider what Precinct might be able to do with those sites to get this commercial return.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tam Nguyen, I think. Sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon for Councillor. Thank you so much for inviting me today.
Thank you.
I got 5 minutes to speak to you with 3 issues. First is I'm a resident of the Mother Victoria, Elizabeth Street. Somehow here got 3 neighbors in my street, Elizabeth. So before the project, the old and new. Old, when the project start, the councillor talk only, or the develop company said only 1/4 million. When the project can finish for 2 years, the budget come up 1 million. So now, thank you for inviting me on the 6th of November for the event. You got 4 issues for maintenance upgrade, Wellington City Council, the Wellington City, Wellington. And one more, and I watching the TV and the Botanic Garden. So 5 things upgrade to Wellington. I would like you, the question is, the council had any money to repair, to upgrade? Second things, have anyone here to travel the Mount Victoria Tunnel? Thank you. You can see that I've been here nearly 40 years. Each day, you in and out, for one car, 1,360 minutes when you got through the tunnel. Can you please wait for upgrade 5 things? Put aside, if you maintenance just minor, little bit, you look in the tunnel. Because this tunnel, you got the environment, petrol, and the time to waiting. So could you please look at not 5 things you mentioned, because we are New Zealand on the earthquake line. Everything you mentioned, the earthquake come, and you started it again. Like the old the building next to the public library, they just built only 30 years. Now everything zero, the building gone. So I would like you to look after the councillor, Wellington Council. Please look after the tunnel. That's all my issue. First is money. Second is you told the project in Elizabeth budget is come up 3 times, 4 times. So now it's a 4 or 5 issue in Wellington. I'm not just city council because we have no money. And look after the tunnel for me, please, for my for my children, my grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Free, I think, has a question for you. Oh, no, it's right. Oh, it's right. Yes, no, you may.
Thank you for your submission. Is the problem with the tunnel that you have to walk through it, or do you drive through it?
Right through it.
Drive.
Yeah, I
Okay.
got here the time, if you like to have a look.
And it's slow? Is that the problem?
1 year, you got 1,360 minutes to one car to go through the tunnel 1 year, one car. The time and the petrol for the environment, so it's a waste for one car. And you know how many cars you get through in the morning, pick out, after work, or begin to work.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Michael Dunlop.
Good afternoon. We represent the City Gallery Wellington Foundation. Nicola Allen and Michelle Backhouse and myself are 3 of the 6 trustees. We provide money on an annual basis to assist City Gallery. Firstly, in standing here, we want to congratulate you as council and the council staff for your continued commitment to restoring, maintaining, sustaining the city's key civic buildings. With opposition notwithstanding, and in a difficult economic environment, you're rebuilding the library, you're rebuilding the town hall, and for a much smaller budget, you're about to start strengthening and upgrading the City Gallery building. These buildings reflect our heritage as a city, heritage as a people. They are fit for purpose. We recognise that the decision to upgrade them was not an easy one, but we think the decisions were the right decisions to make. And the reason is because those decisions show everyone how highly you regard the role of civic buildings, the role of libraries in society, the role of music in society, and the role of contemporary art. The highly regarded team at City Gallery curate exhibitions that challenge us. They're not always easy to understand, I'll admit that. They tell our stories, they introduce us to other worlds, and they actually point us to the future. The gallery is a major contributor to Wellington's reputation as the cultural capital in New Zealand. So it's extraordinarily difficult for us to comprehend that your consultants clearly do not understand, firstly, your ongoing commitment for strong civic institutions in fit-for-purpose buildings. And secondly, they do not seem to understand the difficult economic environment you and we are in. Section 5, Option 2 and 3 of the Tanako Precinct Plan proposes turning the City Gallery building into a food hall, a laneway, subletting the building for retailers and commercial offices. They propose that you find...
Actually, Michael, I think there might be a bit of a typo here. Faz, do you mind just... I mean, because you're not the first one who's been shell-shocked by this inference.
Kia ora, councillors and the members of public. This is an error in the document. There is no intention of changing the gallery operation in any time in near future. This is a hypothetical scenario that has been put in the document. There is no intention of putting any food court or changing the operation of the gallery, and I apologise for that.
And it's extraordinary that you, in peer reviewing your document, paid as highly paid consultants, would put such a document and enable and allow the council to put such a document into the public.
But I mean, there's a degree of, I guess, you know, in our we've apologised for the mistake and the confusion and the angst which is obviously caused. Although personally, a food court, no, no. The reality is that I would just like to know. Obviously, there's a very strong commitment to keep the gallery as at least as good as it is now. But just in the remaining few moments you've got, assuming that we are going to do everything possible to keep it, we've also heard from the Wellington City Council crew who actually look after the gallery, and they've also expressed opinions. Would you like it to be bigger?
Would you like
it to be bigger? Would you like there to be more? I mean, the gallery is a fabulous space, but I'm just curious as to what your view is about what we could do to improve it.
We think it's one of the best, and we understand it to be one of the best gallery spaces in New Zealand. It's fit for purpose. We understand you're financially constrained. We would not sit here and say you have to go and find more money for that, when you have so many other competing priorities. It is a marvellous building, and it has built an international reputation. It's not broken. It is a large gallery in New Zealand terms, and it is absolutely fit for purpose. All we say is, it ain't broke, don't try and fix it. And we want to be realistic about the fact that you have other priorities. But actually putting a document up for public consultation that apparently is a mistake.
Don't worry, we've already covered that point, Michael. We've already covered that. So I think we agree that that was a bit of a glitch. But
So if we are hearing correctly, you as a council are saying that is not a proposal that we would consider. It should not have been in the document, and the City Gallery will continue to be a fit-for-purpose operating civic institution in that building.
Absolutely.
We thank you for that commitment.
So at least of all the submitters today, you're the guys going away with precisely what you want.
Someone has to go away happy.
We are presuming you'll be shouting us some drinks down at the.
I think that's with 16 seconds to go, we should finish early. Because we're ahead of the game. We're ahead of the game.
Thanks very much.
It's wonderful.
Thanks, Michael.
Thanks you
Michelle.
very much.
Thanks.
Okay.
Ruby Gray is our next speaker.
Tato, thank you so much for having me to speak. I won't speak for too long, but I just wanted to say that it's been an honour to get involved and learn more about this project, and I do believe that the council should pause on its decision to demolish the City to Sea Bridge and the proposed development of Te Nāko. So I completely agree, and that the area needs love and attention, and I'm so excited that there is attention being brought into the area. However, I'm really not convinced that it would take that much to bring this life and heart into the space in a new and exciting way. So my entry point into this is a personal one, not a professional one, as my father, John Gray, was involved in the 1990 to 1994 development. And I really just got engaged in this recently through, seeing my dad's frustration and pain with, the prospect of losing this bridge, and really wanting to understand how it came to be, because I enjoyed it myself as a child. I grew up here. I'm the same age as the bridge. I've got that special connection to it, but I never really understood its story. And it's through engaging with and learning about the area, its bicultural history, and talking to a lot of professionals that I've come to really deeply love and appreciate the whole area in a new way. And so really recognising the interconnectedness of the structures on a symbolic and artistic level has been a significant realisation for me, and talking to many concerned citizens and professionals who are critical of the proposed plans and the reasoning and the reports provided. I'm just really not convinced that these decisions need to happen now. I think that it's important that the development is paused until a really thorough investigation and consultation that results in an unequivocal agreement with the public that this is truly the most practicable solution to, in relation to the bridge specifically. and ultimately that if then it is truly unequivocally decided that this is the most practicable option, then I believe that the new design should draw on and respond to the current built heritage and the conceptual vision. That doesn't mean that it has to be the same, that doesn't rule out change, that doesn't rule out critique, that doesn't rule out transforming some of the, the sculptures that are there necessarily, but that needs to be done, in my mind, in a way that truly honours the interconnectedness of the entire architectural installation, and that all designers, architects and artists and planners should really seek to understand the history of the 1990 to 1994 development, because I saw when I read the 2021 draft plans that there were a lot of errors, and that reflected to me that there was a low-level understanding of the history, which I found really concerning, and that's what really initially sparked my conviction that I needed to learn more. So I think that reading Dr. Anna Marie White's report, which has just been released and is really a groundbreaking report, a thorough investigation of the meaning of the whole space and the process through which it was developed, should be thoroughly read and understood by all parties who are involved in this development, that all artists and architects who are still living who were involved should be interviewed and really listened to and heard, and just in terms of being able to draw on and to create new life in the space. And so, of course, that doesn't mean there's no change, but I just think to have an identity as a people of this place, we need to have an intelligent response that is nuanced and isn't just about keeping it the same or completely changing it, but really seeks to engage with what's been and draw the wisdom through to the future, creating something that speaks to this generation and responds to what has been and honours our forebears and the wisdom that they've brought and the masterpiece that they've created, which I just don't think has been understood. And so I just think it's premature. I just think we should, sorry, I've only got for 14 seconds, but that's my spiel. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks very much. Paul Ridley-Smith, is Paul here? Oh, yes, lurking behind the lectern. You only get a minute, by the way, Paul.
I only get like 1 minute, Tim. That's very good. Thank you very much. Or Councillor Brown, I should say, in this context. I submit in opposition to the plans to remove the City to Sea Bridge and redevelop Civic Square. My reasons are quite simple. Wellington City Council is in a funding and financial crisis. This compels Council to stop all and any discretionary project as one means to restoring some financial sanity and responsibility. Council's focus must be on completing projects that are in train and can't otherwise be modified or stopped, and core infrastructure and services. No doubt Council will be encouraged by some citizens to keep spending, and I don't doubt that Civic Square might be enhanced by that spending. If money really was free and the Council had otherwise met its core responsibilities to ratepayers and residents, then I'd have a neutral view on the Civic Square plans. But neither of these premises are true, and it's not just me saying that. Below are extracts from Standard & Poor's 6 September 2024 update. Wellington City Council's financial condition will be very weak over the next 3 years due to rising operating and capex forecasts. This will result in much weaker financial metrics than for AA+ rated peers globally. The rapid accumulation of debt in the last 5 years is an outlier among similarly rated peers globally. We expect debt will reach 286% of operating revenue in fiscal 2027, up from 213% in 2023. Wellington City Council has a much higher debt ratio, I couldn't believe it when I read this, than all AA+ rated peers globally. It is the most indebted AA+. Now, of course, you've had a downgrade and you're now down to AA. The most indebted globally. The Council has historically had a debt burden of slightly more than 100% of operating revenues, and we're at 2.13, heading towards 2.9. Gross debt has gone from 689 million in 2019, now it's 1.4 billion, and it's forecast to go to 2.7 billion, an increase of $2 billion of debt in just 8 years. The immediate consequence of this is that rates have to continue to rise at frightening levels because council must, by law, plan to keep debt no more than 280% of operating revenue, and rates provide the lion's share of operating revenue. So as you know from the LTP that you passed earlier in the year, you're forecasting rates rises of 18%, 12.2% and 15% over the next 3 years, a cumulative 48%. And that's on top of rates rises in the past 3 years of 12.8, 8.8 and 12.3, all well above inflation. In 6 years, rates will rise by approximately 110%. And that's a necessity in order to stay within your 280% ratio. These increases are a significant cause of the economic and social decline of Wellington City. Rates are a tax, payment is compulsory, and the consequences of non-payment is severe. So people, one way or another, find a way to pay. But every dollar paid on rates is a dollar that can't be spent in the city. The solution to revitalising Wellington is not for the council to spend more, borrow more and rate more. That just harms the people in the city. The more money you leave in people's pockets, the more they'll spend in the city, the more businesses will flourish, and the more positive we will become about our city and our future. The solution lies when deciding on proposals such as the City to Sea Bridge and Civic Square is just no. These projects are not for this time and place. We have better and more important priorities. And I'll leave you with one last point. The Civic Square isn't the jewel in Wellington's crown and never will be. We're blessed with an extraordinary environment and countless places to go for leisure and pleasure. The idea that in 5 years' time someone, perhaps a family in Newlands, Strathmore Park, Karori or Island Bay will go, hey, let's go and hang out in Civic Square for the afternoon, is a fantasy view that only the most dedicated urbanista might subscribe to. Time, 1 minute for questions.
Oh, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Surely somebody's got a question. Oh, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for. I agree with you about the numbers that you've given and the amount we're borrowing. So what would your suggestion be for the council to act more prudently apart from stopping work on the Civic Square?
You simply have to create a limit on your capital spending and on your OPEX, and then you have to do something really, really hard. With the help of officers, prioritise within the limit. It's the only way you can do it. The problem is that everything is actually a good idea. Well, not everything, but many, many things are a good idea. Right? And as I said, I'm neutral on the upgrade. I'm sure it would be better if the money was spent. That's almost certainly true. But when you're faced with increasing the debt $2 billion over 6 years, you must prioritise more carefully. And the principles I put in my paper is that means focusing on the things that are already in train and that you've got to finish. Like, you've got to finish the town hall, you can't abandon it now.
Okay, we've run out of time, Paul.
Services.
Yep,
or maybe,
you're repeating yourself now.
I won't go there.
In fact, you're repeating yourself quite a lot. But that's okay.
Paul.
Have to prioritise. It's hard, and people around your table will be disappointed by the prioritisation. But if you don't, you will drive. And I just want to say to the Labour Green councillors particularly, if I could add to what Sandra and Paul say, is that, the rating stuff is okay because Wellington by per capita is a wealthy city. It is the wealthiest geographic area in New Zealand. That's actually completely correct on an average basis. But if you're a school teacher, if you're a taxi driver, if you're an Uber driver, if you're a cleaner, and you're not at the average, the burden on you is the highest in New Zealand.
Okay, thanks, Paul. We finished.
That's
it.
5.
Right.
Thank you, Tim.
No, that's it. Great. Thanks very much, Paul. Okay, so I move the motion that the Environment and Infrastructure Hearings panel adjourn the meeting to continue at 9:30 a.m. on Monday in accordance with Standing Order 11.8. So could I have a seconder? Councillor Matthews, we could just vote on that, please. Gosh, you all want to get back onto this on Monday morning. I'm so impressed. Okay, that's it, I think.